Mwah. There we go. Hello. There we go. It's cold as fuck outside right now. So, hi. Hope everybody is doing good today. I am nice and cozy, staying warm. Really trying to. Got some interesting things in mind for today. By that, I mean, just gonna watch stuff and like vibe. Just kind of chill, you know? I think that'll be fun. A nice, relaxing Sunday. I got my tea with me. I'm all like snuggled up in a hoodie. You know, today is a cozy day. Basically what it's all gonna boil down to. So I got a few videos in mind. And we'll roll from there. For the time being though, I'm gonna sit here and like discuss some stuff. Because this upcoming week is gonna be like, you know, I got a couple things. Like tomorrow I'm gonna be working on a couple projects. At least like starting on those. So I've got like a couple video ideas that I'm gonna work on. Try to get those recorded and start editing. Go from there. And I think I'm gonna get back into Trial Tuesday this week. Danny thinks, yes. Yes, I do, Faye. Yes, I do. So, hi, Faye. Love the Faye. Use my call. POV Danny is thinking. Indeed. Indeed, Faye. That's gonna be like that's a majority of my my day is just me thinking about things. But yeah. Lots of ideas in the works. I still need to shoot some. I can't tease you about leaving me behind anymore. The game was really determined to be like, yeah, no, you're gonna have to leave. You're gonna have to leave him behind. I mean, it was understandable. It's like, so you can leave and finish the mission, or you can try and save everyone and deal with these exploders at the same time as a swarm. Like, oh God. I just like in that moment that I was totally fine until I decided to come back and help. I came back, and the first thing that I encountered while trying to pick Red up was the fucking bulk destroyer, like, the bulk exploder. Like, oh God! Oh Jesus Christ! It was awful. I literally, like, grappled into hell. That was, like, the worst possible timing. That one was so intense. Like, it was so intense. Actually gonna see if I could I watch, like, no, I probably shouldn't. I want to though, but I probably shouldn't. Or should I? Bum 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 ba-da-dum bum bum ba-da-dum 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 bum 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 bum. Let me see, what was it I was gonna watch today? 'Cause I had something planned. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Fancy. Yeah, it was like camping. Yeah, it was. It was waiting. That exploder was just fucking waiting. No? Oh, you... It's intense, like camping. Ah, yes. No, I see what you mean. It's like camp... intense. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't get that until now. Oh, fuck me. God damn it. uh... Faye. Faye, you got me. Oh my god. How did I not see that? My poor cat brain. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum bum bum. Ba-da-dum bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum bum bum. Bum bum. Ba-da-dum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum. Bum 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 bum. Okay, I think I can pause the music and find what I was gonna watch today. Let's see if I can find it. Let me switch over to this screen. this one will be a good one. Okay, this one will definitely be a good one. Let me cue it up here. Because this is a two-parter.
What up? My name is Kevin Perger, and welcome to another edition in Defunctland. For background/context on this
There we
series,
go.
please visit thepurge.com with the link below.
This should be good.
Attempting to resurrect Disney's closed nightclubs on Pleasure Island.
Oh yeah, let's fucking go.
Gamer, so thank you to and everyone else who has been commenting. Disney's Pleasure Island nightclubs were a series of dance clubs
Pleasure
found in Walt Disney
Island
Shopping District. This district, which requires no admissions fee, originally opened on March 22nd,
Disney's Pleasure Island
under the name the Lake Buena Vista Shopping Village. 2 years later, the name would be changed to Walt Disney World Village. The area was a simple shopping mall until 1984, when Mikey took over as CEO of Walt Disney. Eisner wanted to keep visitors on Disney property throughout the entire trip, and he began to notice that at different parts of the day,
this part of the park, by the way.
Shopping. Eisner decided to revitalize the Walt Disney World Village with the addition of adult nightclubs. This was a very mature experience for a kid-friendly resort, but if you haven't noticed, there's a bit of a pattern with Eisner's project.
This is what Eisner tried to do. He's like,
1986,
okay, so we're a family-friendly theme park. I know, adult nightclub area.
The Pleasure Island nightclubs opened
with Jessica Rabbit.
This is also the same day that Disney MGM Studios opened, so Eisner had a busy day.
Knew what he was fucking doing.
Eisner's not the star of the story, as this was not one of Mikey's projects. The real stars are actually the small team of new Imagineers that created the island and its mythos. The new Imagineers, who specialize in live performances, had just finished work on the Epcot Street Actors when they were approached by Disney. Disney wanted to know if any of their upcoming projects would benefit from live actors, so they asked the team about 3 ideas in the works. The then unnamed Typhoon Lagoon, Disney MGM Studios, then just called Disney Studios Florida, and the renovation of the Walt Disney World Village. They were teamed up with architects and producers, and the group started work on Disney MGM and the Walt Disney World Village. At some point in the development of the Walt Disney World Village, Granville Island in Vancouver was brought up as a concept for a possible addition to the shopping center. Granville Island was a fishing area turned into a tourist hotspot. This was the inspiration for Pleasure Island. The Imagineers found a peninsula adjacent to the shopping village.
Yeah, my phone is going fucking crazy.
The story they concocted was that the land was originally owned by Meriwether Adam Pleasure, an 1800s ocean adventurer and founder of Pleasure's Canvas and Sailmaking Incorporated. His business transformed Pleasure Island into a hub for adventurers. These adventurers would tell stories of exploration, which made Meriwether yearn for the sea once more. He set sail for adventure and left Pleasure Island, and was soon lost at sea. His sons left the business and abandoned the island. Pleasure Island went into ruin until brave Imagineers took it over and transformed it into a lively spot for world travelers once again. All of the clubs and restaurants on the island were themed after a property owned by the fictional
Meriwether and
has some story behind them. Some of the original business ideas that the Imagineers had were an Italian restaurant modeled after Tony's from Lady and the Tramp, an underground bar for Disney villains, and a magical TGI Fridays. None of these ideas would come to fruition, but many others would, and on May 1st, 6 nightclubs opened with Pleasure Island: the Neon Armadillo, the XZFR Rock and Roller Dome, Mannequin's Dance Palace, Videopolis East, Comedy Warehouse, and the Adventurers Club. Neon Armadillo, or the Neon Armadillo Music Saloon, was a country music club with live bands. The club was open to all ages, with 17 and under admitted only with an adult. The club was decked out with wooden tables and a brass chandelier in the shape of a spur. The Neon Armadillo served food at the bar for a limited run, and it also hosted an ABC television special entitled The Best of Country 92, Countdown at the Neon Armadillo. The plaque describing the legend of the Neon Armadillo said, quote, "Constructed to house the vast array of exotic desert plants collected by the island's founder, a globetrotter and amateur cactus."
That's the first absolute cunt
Pleasure regarded the greenhouse as his personal Eden. He nurtured his prickly pals, as he called them, with fanatical devotion. After Pleasure's disappearance in 1941, his greenhouse was sealed off. When it was reopened in 1989, scientists discovered a huge and happy family of armadillos. The inhabitants
Let me
were
do
immortalized
this
in neon
real
by
quick.
the island renovators. That's actually pretty dark. It doesn't really discriminate whether they kill the armadillo.
Gotta pause this for a second, because I need to turn my fucking notifications off. There we go. Oh yeah. Hi Squeege, hi Taco. Oh, Crim. Good to see you. You're doing well. Yeah. It's still going, by the way. I'll open my phone. I hope you all are doing well today. It's good to see you all. Oh, what'd you get, Faye? Yeah, I'm doing good. We're watching the video on Disney's Pleasure Island. Yeah, I disabled them for today because we're being cozy. We're vibing. Relaxing. Compressed cold chunk, a bitter gem, Crassus detonate. Ow. A gold chunk. Hi, Newly. It's good to see you. Missed way too many streams this week. We've been doing good. It's all good, Crim. I've been doing great, honestly. And that sounds fucking amazing, Faye. Like, goddamn. Happy to see you all. My job is...
when they immortalize them in neon, or what
there we go.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks, don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse.
I love that. I need to add another sound redeem for next week, actually. I should do that later, since it's on my mind. Because I think it'd be funny.
Dome was a roller skating
go.
dance club featuring rock and roll music. This was a
Oh,
multi-story
God.
club with a DJ suspended from the ceiling in a booth. The ground floor was the dance
Oh,
floor. The
no.
second floor was the skate rink, which sounds dangerous.
Not
because
this
it was
one.
probably really dangerous. There were also waiters on skates on the ground floor. The plaques describing the history stated, Island founder and UFO enthusiast Meriwether Pleasure built his experimental X thing here. Pleasure himself designed the super amphibious aircraft that could harness the power of the wind. The X-Thing flew only once, September 1st, 1940, with Pleasure himself at the controls. The test flight is shrouded in mystery, but upon landing, Pleasure began broadcasts to outer space. Beamed from the roof of this building, the International Morse code messages repeated WELCOME.
Merryweather Pleasure. An X-Thing. What? Excuse me? Beg pardon, Disney? Test flight is shrouded in mystery, so it was a failure and the guy was too full of himself to admit it. Got it. Like, okay. Eisner, I know you were basically, like, completely full of shit during the time you were in charge of Disney, but, like, the fuck is this? Who all signed off on this? Like, I get Pleasure Island in and of itself is a mystery as to why the fuck that was signed off on in the first place. Because, as comical as it sounds, adult nightclubs owned and operated by the Walt Disney Company definitely a thing. Oh god, we're starting off strong.
Mannequin's Dance Palace was a 3-level dance club playing techno trance music and showcasing human mannequins dressed as things such as
hope you're doing well.
Dolls.
Good to see you.
Stated, the second building erected on the island.
So what I came into, yes.
Merryweather Pleasure's famous
Thank you, Faye.
canvas fabrication works. In the 1930s, it was converted to a soundstage for
Hi,
Invincible
Curious.
Pictures,
Good to see
then
you
into a
too.
design studio and workshop for various pleasure projects.
He really
Most notable of
doesn't
these was a
understand the
huge
concept of
locomotive
staying in
powered
their
by a
lane.
combination of
It's
steam and
true.
magnetic power. A colossal turntable was installed to facilitate the work on this revolutionary product
Thank you.
called Maxwell's
I appreciate that.
that was intended
Curious.
to revolutionize world transportation. It didn't. Videopolis East. If you remember the
Oh,
second episode
no.
of Frontline, you'll recognize this name.
I'm
Opening
doing
around the same
good.
time
Hope
the
you're doing
Disneyland
well
Dance
too,
Club
Curious.
closed, Videopolis East had a variety of
Not
TV screens and featured
Videopolis.
modern music similar to the California version. It also only allowed guests under 21. According to island legend, built for island founder Merryweather Pleasure's son Henry, the mad genius of Lake Buena Vista, and Henry's life work, the Pleasure Cellular Automation.
It's good to
Henry
see
died
everybody
because
today.
experiments in artificial intelligence had failed.
So
but
for
when the
everybody
building
that's
was
just tuning in
reopened
right now,
1987,
we're
the automation was
watching
alive and thriving.
the
In
two-part
fact, it
video
directed the refurbishing
on
of its
Disney's
own design
Pleasure
plus
Island.
sophisticated computer hardware that shows itself to best
Thanks to
advantage.
Defunct Land.
Comedy Warehouse was a comedy club, notably featuring a fantastic improv comedy group. But when it originally opened, it showcased a scripted show called Forbidden Disney, which hilariously
Forbidden
lampooned
Disney.
Disney's properties.
Defunct Land is so good. Like Merryweather was just a GTA company and that's...
No jury in the world would convict me.
The club
Oh,
was turned
wow.
into an improv theater after they realized that there was a high return rate among guests. The legend was that, quote, this building became a storage facility when Pleasure Island was electrified in 1928.
Keep hearing it
6
IRL.
years later, the power station became home to Pleasure
There's a
Island
lot of
Thespian
Merryweathers.
Players, founded by and featuring Isabel Pleasure, wife of island founder and drama enthusiast Merryweather Pleasure. The players specialized in elaborate Central Florida historical pageants, including the seminal Song of the Seminole. After Mrs. Pleasure's death in 1949, the building was closed and the players disbanded. Since its restoration by the Walt Disney Company, this site is again a warehouse, storing strange notions, again attractions, and ideas slightly ahead of their time. I know this is unorthodox for Defunctland, but this video is going to be split into 2 parts, so I will tell you about the final original Pleasure Island Club as well as the remaining history and eventual closure of the island in part 2. Until then, thank you for watching and don't forget to comment, share, and subscribe.
Okay, well, there was part 1. Now, we get to part 2.
Come celebrate New Year's Eve tonight and every night on Pleasure Island. An entire island featuring 6 nightclubs and a variety of entertainment, from music and dancing to stage shows and comedy. And every night is a once-in-a-lifetime New Year's Eve celebration that spills out onto the streets. Make a night of it on Pleasure Island, near the Disney Village.
Happy New Year! It's New Year's Eve every night of the year at Pleasure Island, and you're invited tonight to the biggest, most spectacular street party ever. Begin your New Year's Eve celebration early in the evening at Mannequin's Dance Palace, the hottest contemporary music club in the country. Then check out the classic live rock music at Zephyr Rock and Roll Beach Club, and the heel-kicking live country music at the Neon Armadillo Music Saloon.
The Neon Armadillo.
Cage is the place for alternative music and dance.
Every day is New Year.
Supply the laughs for stand-up comics and a spoof on the Disney Vacation Experience at the Comedy Warehouse. But save some time for the Adventurers Club, where anything can happen, and does.
And finally, the most popular Pleasure Island nightclub, the Adventurers Club.
Here we go.
Another multi-story club. This one
the
was not for
Adventurers
dancing.
Club.
This was a travelers club, and live actors would enter to tell stories and carry on traditions with the patrons. There were also animatronics and puppets present to add to each night's show. It was made of 5 themed rooms. The Zebra Mezzanine, which was the top floor of the club, the Main Salon, which was the main room directly under the Zebra Mezzanine, the Mask Room, which was attached to the Main Salon and featured a variety of masks on the walls, with some moving and participating in the shows, the Treasure Room, which also featured shows and artifacts, and the Library, which was the largest in the club and featured scripted musical performances. There were many different shows, such as the Rhythm Ritual, traditions such as the club greeting Kungaloosh,
oh my god,
songs such as The Cat Got Dead,
and here we go. Oh, the cat got dead and we put him in a box, dug a little hole and we covered it with rocks.
Excuse me? Beg your pardon?
Here's the story.
Beg your pardon?
In the middle of the night, a dog started sniffing, was a Labrador retriever that belonged to Mrs. Griffin, and even though the cat was smelly and stiff, he thought it'd be a nice addition to Mrs. Griffin's kitchen. Bravo!
and creeds such as the club creed of "We climb the highest mountains just to get a better view. We plumb the
many
deepest
different
oceans
shows,
as
like
we're
the
daring
Rhythm
to
Ritual shows
cross the scorching
animatronic
deserts,
violently
marching in our
shaking,
hands,
and then
steal polar
songs,
ice caps
you know,
and
that you
conceal
might
them
know,
in
like the
grants.
cat
We
got
are
dead.
reckless, brave and loyal, and
What
valiant
the
to the
fuck?
end. If you come in here a stranger, you will exit as a friend. Honestly, there's enough on the Adventurers Club for its own video.
Can we go back
but
to
I'll
the
just leave
Rhythm
it with a
Ritual?
historical plaque that stated, "This imposing
That
building
animatronic was
designed to
fucking
house the
getting
huge
it.
personal
Like,
library
goddamn.
and archaeological trophy collection of island founder and compulsive explorer Meriwether Adam Pleasure. Pleasure won the praise in a game of
Meriwether
dominoes and attributed
Adam
them throughout his life
Pleasure.
to noted architects Sir Edwin Lewingtons, Charles Rennie Mackintosh, and Eliel Saarinen. The building became the headquarters for the Adventurers Club, Pleasure's zany band of globetrotting friends. Exotic souvenirs of the members' outlandish expeditions and
Sounds like a
adventures were
porn
displayed on the
actor
walls.
name.
After
Really
Pleasure vanished at sea
fucking
in
does.
1941, the club was sealed until it was opened to the public for the first time since
And by
1989.
compulsive, you
So
mean
those were the
thief.
original
Yes,
6 nightclubs that
exactly.
opened with Pleasure Island. These clubs were immensely popular, and as you can tell, the fictional history
These people
of the
are
island is
just
very deep.
entrenched
Tickets
in
to all of
love.
the clubs was around $10 a night when it first opened, and they were sold out of repurposed coaches from the short-lived Fort Wilderness Railroad. The biggest event of the year was New Year's Eve, with a fireworks show that was shot off the roof of the Adventurers Club. But Pleasure Island was more than just nightclubs. It also had a variety of restaurants and 2 stores. These supported the story of Pleasure Island as well, but I won't go into the specifics of these.
Oh
Pleasure
yeah,
Island
look
was
at
a
that
huge success and was
buffet.
applauded for its theming and detail. It was truly a testament to how
Disney
much
branded
invested in
version
the
of
story,
Golden
even for adult
Corral.
nightclubs outside of their theme parks. Even with its success, there
Gotta
were many
love it.
changes made over the years. The first came not even a year after its opening. Later in 1989, the Walt Disney World Village was renamed to the Disney Village Marketplace. Then, in April of 1990, XZFR Rock and Roller Dome changed to simply the Rock and Roll Beach Club, probably due to the fact that roller skates and drunk tourists didn't mix. The same year, Videopolis East closed.
I mean, I know. Whenever I see something like that, I'm like,
dance music.
yeah, it's just a fucking buffet.
Opened, and it was even
Like,
incorporated
you're not
in the
fooling me.
story, with a plaque stating that the theater was originally constructed to house island founder Mary
Slightly more likely to cause food poisoning than Golden Corrals. Hey, fucking fancy Applebee's. It basically is. Okay, okay.
As a laboratory for testing.
I'm gonna pause this for just a second because I need to go on this rant because you reminded me. Okay, so this area, which is now Disney Springs, they have their own restaurants that are not necessarily owned by Disney, but are on Disney property. It's kind of weird. It's just a colonialism themed Applebee's, basically. Yeah. So, I have a massive grievance with the food that is prepared on site at Disney. Why, you might ask, do I have this grievance? Well, those of you that know, I am an avid appreciator of all things cooking and culinary. So, if you've ever eaten at a Disney park, or at a restaurant in a Disney park, you might also have noticed this as well. They are under directive by Disney to intentionally overcook everything. Now you may be wondering, why are they under directive to overcook everything? Because Disney doesn't want food poisoning lawsuits. That's why. They intentionally overcook shit because they don't want to undercook things for anyone. So, for most foods, this is understandable, fair. Then you get to steaks. Epcot, for instance, has a steakhouse in it, in the section of the World Showcase that is Canada. I don't know if anyone's had the opportunity to go to a steakhouse, but a steakhouse that intentionally overcooks the steaks is like a crime against humanity. It's just, okay, the way that I describe this, rare, it's a little bloody for me still. Medium rare, good, that's like perfect. Medium, okay, that's still fair, but you're getting a little done there. Medium well, okay, you've gone a little too far, that's okay. Everybody overcooks things from time to time. Well done, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you do that to yourself? Why are you so determined to eat leather? I am so sorry for your poor teeth. Why? Squid, why do you eat leather? I'm kidding, by the way, Squid. I love you, Squid. At that point, though, to be fair, a well-done steak is basically beef jerky. It's basically beef jerky. Why do people eat beef jerky? If you tenderize it properly, it doesn't get chewy. Fair, but it also gets dry really easily at that point. That is the other downside to a well-done steak. Burn meat because it doesn't stick in my teeth. That's also fair. It's like, I like my beef with a little bit of, like, juiciness to it, if that makes sense. And there definitely is a point where it gets, like, really too... I've had a well done that is still nice and juicy. Is it pink in the middle still? Because if it's still a little pink in the middle, that shit's not well done. I can tell you that much. Nope. Huh. See Danny go a cuter version of Gordon Ramsay. I can't do that. With less yelling, though. Though I will tell you, I have seen food basically get fucked up. But I do believe in, like, hey, you want to make something that tastes good to you, go for it. So what I mean, the steak is overdone. I will hug you until you feel better. Yeah, that's basically me. This meat is raw. Do I have to pet you? It's like you could just put this you could put this back in there for a few more minutes. Cause right now it's not done. Like the steak is still making noises. It's still mooing. Like, this is not done. So we're just gonna do this. What are you gonna do, Squid? Aggressively kind. Basically, yes. Because I believe everyone possesses the ability to cook. The only thing that people need usually is just the willpower to do it. Because I believe everyone is truly capable of cooking. It's just, do you want to cook? Squid! Squid! Thank you for the resub! Really appreciate that. Me, it's overcoming my ADHD. You know? Understandable. Like me, I get in the kitchen. Kitchen's like my comfort zone. I start cooking and it's just like, alright. Locked in. Let's go. Just don't like how long cooking takes. See, that's fair. You can also, like, cut down on cooking times and stuff by having things already prepped. It's like, nothing going on. Feel like doing some, like, prep for later? Bam. Easy. In an apron. Hey, we can make that happen. That's not out of a realm of possibility. Cooking is definitely like my strong suit. Baking is my weak point. I am not super great at baking. But then again, I haven't baked in a long time. In a little cooking maid outfit. Yeah, it's like cooking all day, every day. I got you. Baking, I can make brownies. I can make some brownies. Maybe some cookies. Other stuff I tend to accidentally overcook or undercook. Fair. This was a testament to that. Okay. Here's a good question for that, Paul. How much water did you put in the rice? How much water did you put in the rice cooker? 1-to-1? Okay, that would probably be it. You need just a tiny bit more in some cases, depending on the rice. Rice can be finicky. It can be temperamental. Rice cookers make things a lot easier, but sometimes rice can just be a thirsty bitch. And that's gonna sound really weird out of context. Hi, Luis. Rice can sometimes be a thirsty bitch. We got off on cooking, Luis. Rice just wants more NSFW art. You know, that's a valid thing. It also depends on what kind of rice you're trying to make as well. Thank you, Squid. Get appreciated. But yeah, I started talking about cooking because, like, Disney parks, they intentionally, like, overcook everything that's served in the park. Whereas, like, Disney Springs has actual restaurants. Okay. If any of you know Iron Chef, like the show Iron Chef, if some of you know that, awesome. Anyone that doesn't, Iron Chef is basically a competitive cooking show where they take very, very high-level chefs and have them compete against other chefs. See if they can beat the Iron Chefs. And... oh, there's my phone again. Yeah. When is mean for no reason, kind of. Well, the original Iron Chef, as you know, is a Japanese series. And it's fucking intense as hell. And they made some really damn good looking food. Like, an insane amount of food in the time that they were given, as well. Basically, the whole point of the show is one competitor and one Iron Chef face off with one secret ingredient that they don't know until it's unveiled before them. And then they make a bunch of dishes. And then they get judged. See who made the better dishes. Well, one of the original Iron Chefs, Morimoto, has a restaurant in Disney Springs. I have eaten there once. Actually, not very long after it opened. Because timing lined up perfectly to do that. And oh my fucking god, was that the best fucking sushi I think I have ever eaten in my life. Holy fucking shit. Like, my god. Like, that is as close to traditional sushi as I have ever had. And it was really fucking good. Slept yet, and now I am here. Hello, Shatner. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly, curious. I was like, because, like, me being someone that really appreciates culinary and very passionate chefs, going to eat at Morimoto's was like, it's basically the equivalent of a musician stepping into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's basically what it felt like to me walking into Morimoto's restaurant. It's like, oh my god. Because, like, I knew the food was going to be fucking good when I looked in, and you could see the kitchen. You could see the kitchen. And they had, like, freshly cooked duck just hanging up in the back. And I was like, oh my god. This food is about to fucking blow my mind. Like, oh my god. And that is actually the first place that I had unagi. And I have been hooked ever since, because it's just like, oh, this is the real shit. Like, this is the good shit. Yeah, eel. It's like, oh my god, this is the good shit. It's so good. Genuinely, it is my favorite. It is my favorite sushi roll. I adore unagi. Welcome back, Fancy. It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. I am basically recounting my starstruckness at being able to eat at Morimoto's once. Because, like, when I was growing up, I used to watch the old reruns of original Iron Chef when they would come on, like, Food Network. And seeing Morimoto make all those dishes, and then finally having an opportunity to eat at one of his restaurants is like... I mean, it was like a starstruck moment, like, oh my god. I get to do this now? Pog. Not that, but sounds great. It was. As someone that loves to cook, I was like, oh, actual good food. I don't know if he's actually in the area for that or not. Because, like, it was a little bit after it opened, but not, like, super long. It might have been, like, the second week of that restaurant being open. That was wild. Because timing just so happened to work out just right. That we were visiting the park just around the time it had opened. Like, I got to eat at two, I guess you could say two celebrity chef restaurants while we were down there, because there was that one, and then there was a lunch restaurant that was Wolfgang Puck's, which the actual, like, food at Wolfgang Puck's was okay. It's not like out of this world kind of thing, but the fucking desserts, oh my god. The desserts. Because, for those of you that don't know, Wolfgang Puck is a dessert chef. And oh my god. Like, oh, ho, ho, ho. I got to have a creme brulee. And, oh, was it good? Oh, was it good? Like, the actual, like, lunch food was okay. It was decent. But once we got to the creme brulee, my god, did that go up to like 12? Japanese eel costs $140 for a serving. Yeah, I believe it. Oh yeah. Yeah, no. Japanese eel, definitely. There are specific types of eel that... Good luck getting them. Kilogram of baby glass eel costs as much as gold. Yeah! They are hard to find. I also feel like I've absolutely, completely derailed from the video for like half an hour just talking about food. Quick side note, I'm actively lost on what to do in Destiny 2. Let's see, you did the tutorial stuff. That's why we're here. You know, fair. And yes, indeed, Faye. Food. Yeah. Open and play Deep Rock Inst. Oh no, you're good, Luis. I would be more than happy to play more Destiny in the near future. See, Danny agrees. Rock and stone. Rock and stone. Yeah. In rock and stone. But Danny also play Warframe. I tried and I got lost. Degenerate. I played for a little bit and then I just got confused. If you rock and stone, you're never alone. For Carl. Now thinking about that anti-restaurant. Oh god, yeah, Fancy, I know the Heart Attack Grill. I feel this has slowly become rock and stone cult. Because it is, exactly. As Faye said, because it is. Also because Deep Rock is genuinely fun. And yeah, you do sign a waiver for the Heart Attack Grill. Deep Rock's fun. Especially once you get the different guns later on. Those shits look fucking fun. It's a quadruple bypass. Yeah, if you're over a certain weight, you get a discount. Yeah, the Heart Attack Grill, if you were over a certain weight, they give you a discount. Don't know how half of that is legal, because they have a waiver. That's how. That's why the waivers exist. That's the only way they're able to make it legal. People agree to eat there. So if something happens, the restaurant is not liable for that. Yeah, it's not a discount. Yeah, 350 plus pounds and you eat for free. You know, that might be right, Faye, actually. Fucked around and found out. Yeah. Like, cause like, the weirdest thing about the Heart Attack Grill is that the owner and operator of that restaurant is a former dietitian, I think. That because of your own choices, what Louis says applies, yeah. Exactly. That is basically how it is. And if I remember correctly, all of their fries are fried in lard as well. So it's like, oh, that's a lot of calories. That's a lot of calories. Oh god. The owner is basically an anime villain, but only once. You know? Understandable. I think I would feel like shit after eating that because of all the grease. Just listening to the stuff that they have. The owner is an anti-hero. Yeah. The whole point of the Heart Attack Grill is to show you how bad that food is. They do not want you to eat it. It's true. That is basically like the whole experiment that the Heart Attack Grill is. It's purely the worst it could possibly be because they don't want you to eat it. To make you afraid of that kind of fast food. Yeah. It's basically like, I think it's a better way of doing what the people behind the Super Size Me documentary did. Because the Super Size Me documentary, I have a lot of things to say about that, because the dude that was doing it basically knew shit was going wrong with him, but he kept doing it anyway, even though literally everyone on the team was like, stop. The Heart Attack Grill was basically a warning of what America could have been. Yeah. Like, hey, if you keep, like, relying on nothing but fast food and keep eating like this is what you can expect. And now, I think more people have more balanced diets. Like, seeing more and more people open up to, like, home cooking, fresh ingredients, and stuff like that has been very nice to me because, like, I adore home cooking. Especially with fresh veggies. Cooking with fresh veggies is like, yes, please. It warms my soul, Papa John's. Cause like, I think I mentioned it earlier in this week. One of the things that I have had for lunch 2 days this week was like some spinach and some cucumber slices. Currently eating some Papa John's. You know, oddly enough, I had pizza for lunch. So painting the owner as Jesus from the Last Supper in the restaurant. That's funny. Relatively good this week. You know, that's understandable, Paul. The video we're currently watching, we're, nice squid, breakfast burrito's good. We're watching part 2 of Defunctland's Pleasure Island video. And I got distracted talking about food, because I can talk about food a lot. I need to make an entire stream about talking about food at some point. I really do. You indeed can't. It's true. Everyone that's talked to me for a little bit, just the title, just the title of that stream, Food 50 Times, cooking stream. Danny plays Cooking Simulator again. I played it once. It's really confusing on console. I could play Overcooked at some point again. Hello, Appy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And Paul, I do want to do a cooking stream at some point. Yeah, I did play Cooking Sim, Squid. I played Cooking Sim at one point, and I broke half the dishes in that, blew up the kitchen like twice. Yeah, I've been looking at Play-Doh. It does seem interesting. Yeah, I'm doing good. I got distracted talking about food. But, like, there has been this idea in the back of my head because I want to do a stream involving talking about food and or doing a dish tier list with someone. But I don't know who. Because the hardest part of doing one of those, like, collab tier lists is having someone who is just, like, who I know is free to do one and planning it. Here's the thing, Danny. Hearing you say, I broke a bunch of dishes and blew up the kitchen in Cooking Simulator, and that rings a bell, but it's also what everyone does in Cooking Sim, so I don't know if it's a false positive. You know, I have the VOD on YouTube. Somewhere. I know for a fact I played it. I think I actually played it on a Sunday, too. But yeah, no, like, at some point, I do want to do either just an entire stream talking about cooking, or a dish tier list. One of those two. That's a plan that I have, like, pardon the pun, cooked up. It's cooking on the back burner right now. Thanks, Fancy. Cooked up on a back burner. The other idea that I have for another stream is at some point in the near future, I would like to have another stream talking more about music. You know, when things kind of like settle down a little bit and there's a little bit of time. Because I think the last stream, talking about music, we only like got to scratch the surface. Because there's so much more. I get it. Scratch the surface. Like a record. Lots of fun tier list ideas. Food dishes, weird and yes, that is true. Squid did pitch the idea of doing a musical instrument tier list with odd instruments or not typical instruments. And I thought that was a really fucking good idea. I think I know who I would love to do that idea with. Because that would be a lot of fun. I wonder who she's gonna do it with me. You know, if you want to, Faye. We could make it a 3-person stream. Add to it a threesome. It's gonna vibrate into the sky. Everything went downhill anyway. A sandwich. But that would be a fun idea. I do kind of want to do that. Thank you. She curious. I need an adult. Right, Louise? I am an adult. There you go. There's another reference for today. We'll go with that. We are. Thank you, Squid. On the same page. Mean to do it, but I will finish that way. God. This is why I love hanging out with you all. Chatting. Watching stuff. This is always so much fun. Of course, you would finish a breeding session. I'm gonna hydrate. Oh, God. I appreciate you all. Thank you for the posture check, Squid. Ready for the aftercare? Yeah, there it is. Oh yeah, I should also probably mention, I'm checking my schedule, and I may, perhaps, if I compile a list. I heard all this cackling. Who let Master Roshi out of his cell? I believe that's Grass fault. Yeah. Hearing Grav do the Roshi laugh is fucking funny. But higher ed, bro, I want to rock and stone again. You know, fair enough, eh? That's understandable. Game's fun. Hope you're doing well, Red. It's good to see you. Currently rocking and stoning again. Nice. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I may perhaps be planning either this week or next week to do the karaoke stream. You had a train of thought. I know, Squid, right? I'm usually just constantly off the rails. But yeah, thanks to the subathon goal, that karaoke stream, I'm either gonna do it this week or next week. You'll find out tomorrow when I upload the schedule for this week. So yeah, God, Red is high. That train is off into the sky because it turns out it was a rocket ship that turned into a robot. Prepare to be flirted with, Danny. That too, Red. That too. Nice. I hope you all are enjoying this Sunday, because I am. I'm having fun already, and we're not even done with the first video, technically. I am now. But yeah, I'm gonna be getting a list of stuff to do for the karaoke stream that's either going to be this upcoming week or the next week. Is it safe now? Luis, it's always been safe. You know, I always practice safe streaming. And no, I will not elaborate. No videos, only define safe. Not FX. Yes, X. Aren't you rolling? Is it initiative? Oh my god. Oh my god. But yeah, I'm excited. Stop. Pog. So yeah, I will let you all know tomorrow in the schedule if I plan on doing the karaoke stream this upcoming week or the next week. Because, as you know, Thanksgiving is coming up for us here in the States. And that day, of course, I will not be streaming. Because, yes, the contempt with that stop. Oh, God. Fair. So, yeah, I'll let you all know. Because, like, I'm going to be working on a few things tomorrow. Which will be fun. Actually going to put my editing skills to the test and start working on some stuff. Because I have two things that I want to record. One isn't going to take super long and I can get it just straight uploaded because I don't have to edit it super much. The other one is something I'm gonna have to edit quite a bit. Like, work with it. Okay, I'm rolling a d20. Fair. Alright. Anyways, though, Pleasure Island. Before I continue to go off the rails. 15. Nice. For the lead.
Thermomagnetics.
Oh my
process
god.
designed to harness the
So
Earth's
yeah,
magnetic
for
force.
those who are
The
just joining
successful
us, we're
experiment
watching
was proven in
Defunct Land,
1940 when the facility
Pleasure
flew
Island.
Sky high with no visible, probable use of combustibles. Pleasure commanded that the
Before
ruinous
I got off
superstructure and
on
outbuildings remain as
7 different
testimony to the
tangents.
awesome power of the plant. In 1993, the Pleasure Island Jazz Company replaced
Oh my
one of the
god.
island's restaurants and featured live jazz musicians. However,
Live
this club was
jazz?
not added to the Merriweather Pleasure Island mythos, which was a trend that would continue with future editions. In 1994, 8 Tracks, a 70s and 80s themed dance
Yo!
club, replaced Cage, making it the third club to occupy the
Fucking
venue,
8
and
Tracks?
another storyless addition to the island. In 1997, the entire complex changed when Disney
Pog.
Village Marketplace became Downtown Disney. The Neon Armadillo was replaced by the BET Soundstage in 1998. Around the same time, a new country-themed club and barbecue restaurant
Oh,
called the
Jesus
Wild Horse
Christ.
Saloon replaced one of Merriweather's buildings. The Wild Horse Saloon was replaced in 2001 with Motion, a dance club featuring top 40 music videos. In
Motion.
2005, a restaurant finally replaced a club with the closure of the Pleasure Island Jazz Company. Attendance began to decline in
Oh
the
shit, that pub is
mid-2000s,
still
and
there.
big changes came to Pleasure Island. Jessica Rabbit, who had a themed shop and was more or less the mascot of Pleasure Island, had her famous sign removed. Boat docks were also added, further connecting
Damn.
Pleasure Island to the
I
rest
can't
of
believe they
downtown
got
Disney.
rid of Jessica
In
Rabbit.
2008, bad news came. Disney announced that the nightclubs at Pleasure Island will be closed. The final night of Pleasure Island was on September 27, 2008. The crowd was at capacity and the clubs were overflowing. People even lined up at 9 a.m. to ensure that they would be there for the
Your
final
mood,
party.
Jessica Rabbit. Well, that's why the place failed. Exactly.
There was even one last New Year's Eve fireworks show, which had actually ended 3 years earlier, but was brought back for the final night in late September. Many
Do you know
former cast members
jazz?
were in attendance and in character.
I know what the
The very
Cantina
next day,
music
the
is
clubs were
called,
being torn
Fancy,
down and
and
renovated.
it's
The
fucking
Comedy
hilarious
Warehouse and
to
the
me.
Adventurers Club cast have reunited over the years, both officially and unofficially with Disney. But for the most
It's
part,
fucking
this closure
funny.
took away the character of
It's
Downtown
so
Disney,
fucking
which
funny.
was recently renovated into Disney
Yeah,
Springs.
there's Disney
Pleasure
Springs,
Island
what it
itself
is
technically
today.
remained open until Disney Springs took its place, but the clubs were all replaced with shops and restaurants. There was
It's
talk that
not
Pleasure
terrible.
Island would at some point be rebranded to Hyperion Wharf and would be a 1900s nautical warehouse district, but these plans never came to fruition.
Damn, that would have
The
been
area is
cool
now
as fuck.
called the Landing within Disney Springs. So why did the clubs close?
Also-
well, attendance was declining, and Disney's official statement claimed that guests wanted more family-friendly shopping.
Also, just how was this successful at all? Like, why would anyone go, hey, you know what nightclub place I want to go to? Disney's. Yeah. Now, after that failed, thankfully, because of that, you know what we have now? There's a fucking Lego store there. They have a fucking Lego store there. And I think that's pretty pog. Pirate Stitch isn't real and can't hurt you. Pirate Stitch. World of Disney, where you get all your Disney branded store stuff that's marked up like 70% because it's actually at Disney. Even though, like, the actual Disney store stuff is already marked up high as fuck. Pirate Stitch is real and will hurt you given the opportunity. You know, you're probably not wrong there. You're probably not wrong. Look at him. Does that face look like one of Mercy? You know, answering that question, probably not. Take the face of give me your gold or I'm taking it and your arm.
and restaurants.
You're not
But
wrong.
my personal theory is much different. The clubs closed in 2008,
Oh, God.
and changes began to come in 2006, and something happened in 2005 that was pretty big for the Walt Disney Company, and you might already know what it is. Michael Eisner was replaced with Bob Iger. As we know, Eisner enjoyed his mature attractions at Disney.
Yeah,
Bob Iger did not share.
Bob
So in
Iger
short, Michael Eisner is the reason Pleasure Island stayed open.
has been, I think, a
Even though
little
in
bit
theory,
better
it's a
for
little
park
hard to admit.
operations.
So that is the history of Pleasure Island nightclubs. I promised on my last Defunctland that these videos would not be as short, and I hope I didn't disappoint. There's a lot more to the history of Pleasure Island, and I wouldn't be opposed to doing more on the series if requested, but I would urge you to go to mouseplanet.com with the link in the description to read more on the lore of Merryweather Pleasure. Also in the description, you will find a link to the site
Also,
where I
like,
found many
the
of recreated
background
clowns
music
and
for this is
so go
like...
check that out as well. To learn more
So
about
let's
where
go
the
to
remains of these
Disney
clubs are
Pleasure
today, how I'm
Island.
going to
I
recreate
don't
them,
get a
and
good
where I will
vibe,
place
yeah.
them in Defunctland, please
Still love
visit
Jessica Rabbit as a
purge.com
character.
with the link
Jessica
below.
Rabbit's fucking
Otherwise,
fantastic.
Thank you for watching, and don't forget to comment, share, and subscribe.
Like, legitimately, Jessica Rabbit's fantastic. There's no arguments here. Oh, this one's gonna make me sad, isn't it? We're gonna watch this one next.
The journey into imagination is not
I'll turn this one up a little bit. What cursed theme park are we going to next? We'll go to the cursed theme park after this one because I saw the video for the World of Imagination. Or Journey to Imagination. Ten out of 10 appearance-wise, but the whole play that she legitimately will play patty cake and is more than just her appearance is fantastic. Yes. She has personality and is just genuinely a decent character. And I appreciate that.
gone. And that's one thing that I'm hesitant to do.
Here we go.
On for Defunctland is because it's still there, kind of. I mainly deal with just extinct rides. But do you consider, Ron, that it's gone? Do you think that the original intention in the original ride is gone, or do you think
it's gone? It's completely gone. The story, the message. See, Epcot Center was supposed to be an inspirational park. The Imagination Pavilion.
Journey into Imagination.
Where everything else in Epcot came from.
This makes me a little sad.
Because it all comes from the imagination, from creativity. And so that's gone. That is gone.
And I agree. I genuinely agree with that. Ayo. Ayo. Fucking get it. Yeah. Let's go. Gonna hit me with that synth. Fuck yeah. This is not quite the Vaporwave all day.
On October 1st, 1982, the second park at Walt Disney World opened to the public. The then named
Here we go.
Epcot Center was the third Disney park to be built, and the first to stray away from the magic.
Okay, I gotta pause right here just for this so we don't miss it. Okay, real quick. Epcot is my favorite Disney park. Hands down. I fucking adore Epcot. That is genuinely my favorite park at Disney. 100%. I actually have a fucking Epcot t-shirt. I have a t-shirt for Epcot. from the last time that we went there, I fucking love Epcot. I don't know much about Disneyland lore, so all this is new to me. Oh, this is gonna be an experience and a half then fancy. Because Journey into Imagination, the first time that I remember going to Disney, I remember Journey into Imagination. And it's something that stuck with me for a long time. So seeing what it is now kind of fucking hurts me on the inside. Getting a sombrero there, I think. I think I also had a sombrero from Disney. But Epcot, I love the World Showcase because, like, me, I love different cultures. Also, technology. I love seeing technology. And Epcot also has a ride that takes you through the hydroponic gardens. And I think that's fucking cool as shit. Hydroponics. Fucking cool. Also, I think Test Track is there, which is also kind of neat. That's a fun ride. I remember getting Dippin' Dots there. Yeah, it's the first place that I ever had Dippin' Dots. And then I was so mad because I couldn't find them, like, anywhere for the longest time. And then I found out that they were made in my fucking state. And then I was like, what the hell? Are Dippin' Dots good? They're kind of good. I'm not gonna lie, they are actually kind of good. I can actually tell you this. The Dippin' Dots headquarters, unless they've moved in recent years, is in Paducah, Kentucky. I was actually shocked when I found out that their headquarters was literally in my fucking state. I was like, what the fuck? This rad fucking ice cream is from my state? The hell? Why didn't I know that sooner? They're so cool. It's such a cool ice cream. It really is. Kentucky Fried Danny. Listen, I have heard the fucking, like, chicken joke so much. Faye knows very well, because I literally lamented about it. Faye literally knows how many times have I said that. The minute that people, like, find out where I'm from, it's usually the very first thing. It's usually the very first thing. Fair. That's funny, though. That's really like clockwork. Oh, fair. Oh, love that. Anyways, though, Dippin' Dots are rad as hell. And I kind of want some now. Fuck. They do also have pretty good flavors. Like, I kind of really liked the cookies and cream. Cookies and cream Dippin' Dots were pretty fucking good. And I think I also had, like, banana split. Be lurking. I got a mod on the another site. Ah. All good. Hope you enjoy your lurk, Shatner. Ba, 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 ba. We're gonna, like, deep dive into Epcot. Yay. I can go get Dippin' Dots at the gas station at the bottom of the mountain. Fuck. I need to find more places that actually have Dippin' Dots. But I like them. They're good. They fucking tasty. Tasty. Dippin' Dots. Bam.
The Imagineers took Epcot in a different direction than Walt Disney's original experimental prototype community of tomorrow, choosing to create a theme park reminiscent of a classic World's Fair. While Disneyland and the Magic Kingdom promoted the idea of fantasy and the power of story, Epcot would showcase the importance of technological and cultural progress.
This is why I fucking love Epcot.
Pavilions were planned themed around the major concepts supporting society, such as transportation, energy, communication, technology, and the environment. However, there was an outlier. A large building featuring 2 large glass pyramids, named the Imagination Pavilion. It was much less tangible of an idea than the ocean or computers, but the execution made its inclusion clear, and its development had started nearly a decade prior.
Walt Disney's pledge that Disneyland would never be completed now rests with a new generation of designers, like Tony Baxter.
I started with Disneyland back when I first, in my first year of college, and I was employed out there as an ice cream scooper. And it wasn't that I wanted to scoop ice cream, but I really wanted to work at Disneyland.
In the mid-1970s, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad was entering development at
Disneyland. Big Thunder Mountain Railroad.
By Imagineering legend Tony Baxter. It was to replace the Mine Train through Nature's Wonderland, a Frontierland train ride featuring animated animals. This took up a lot of the area's land, and the plans for Big Thunder still left plenty of space for other attractions.
Disneyland is around 80 developed acres. In addition to that are these 30 acres up here, 35, that have nothing in them.
Baxter didn't want to leave this section of the park unutilized, so he created an extension to Big Thunder's story that would provide a wonderful blueprint for a new land to be named Discovery Bay. Since Big Thunder Mountain had gold within it, Baxter concocted a story of what the lucky miners would do after finding their fortune. The man that survived the mine's collapse was Jason Chandler, a young innovator that would continue to head west with his wealth, founding Discovery Bay and funding the inventions of the explorers and scientists that resided there. This steampunk dream would feature
think about it, theme parks. I remember the Nuka-Land DLC.
A dark ride shooter inside of a fireworks factory, and an attraction called Professor Marvel's Gallery of Wonders. This animatronic show was to feature the unique Carousel Theater rotating show building that other Disney attractions, the Carousel of Progress and America Sings utilized. The compelling inventor Professor Marvel would put on a musical showcase featuring his wacky experiments and his fantastical animals, one of which was his trusty pet dragon.
Discovery Bay is kind of a once-only place in time. It's a Victorian place that occurred at the turn of the century. It's the kind of place that Jules Verne or H.G. Wells might have inhabited. So you'll actually be able to, for instance, board the Nautilus and have a very elegant meal down below
look
the
at
water
this.
while you're being serenaded on the pipe organ and looking out at all the scenic wonders of the ocean floor from those overhead windows. This is just one of the adventures that might go into here.
God.
Like I said, a flight on a suspended monorail system.
Tony Baxter.
Like dirigible, and a time.
I really wish they would have let him do more.
In 1976, but it unfortunately never came to fruition.
He had so many good ideas.
Including the construction of Epcot and their first park overseas, Tokyo Disneyland. This, and the failure of the 1974 film, an adaptation of Jules Verne's The Island at the Top of the World, is most likely the reason that Discovery Bay does not rest along the rivers of America today. But Baxter's concepts were too unique and interesting to be forgotten, and he attempted to implement them into his next project.
Oh yeah.
As development on Epcot began, Baxter was given the opportunity to design the Land Pavilion, which was to be sponsored by a logging company. Baxter's design put an emphasis on agriculture and mankind's usage of resources, all while displaying the beauty of Earth's nature. The show building was comprised of 7 towering crystals,
look at
5
this.
of which would feature different environments that guests could walk through.
Look at these ideas.
To be called the Blueprints of Nature, a suspended dark ride that took guests on a hot air balloon ride over the different habitats of the world. The finale of the ride would lift guests through the largest crystal to give them a view of the walk-through habitats surrounding the pavilion.
Like, this man had some of the coolest fucking ideas.
That would have allowed guests breathtaking views while transporting them to Fantasyland. The original Land Pavilion was another brilliant concept by Baxter, but once again, it was not to be. The land lost its sponsor, and Kraft Foods quickly replaced them. Kraft was more interested in a pavilion focused on agriculture and food production, and Baxter's concept was scrapped in favor of attractions such as Living with the Land and the now-defunct Kitchen Cabaret. Of course, Baxter wasn't about to let his ideas die, and his third attempt was the charm.
There it is.
Hello. We're having a wonderful time, and best of all, we'll be saving all of it to enjoy again and again. You can too with a Brownie movie camera like this. I was just taking a picture of David and Ricky on Tom Sawyer's raft. Now I'll get one of Ozzy enjoying himself in his own way. That picture will be a big hit at our house.
You can get a Brownie movie camera for only $32.50, or
Logging company didn't like it. Makes sense.
Remember,
Yep.
Brownie movie cameras are made by Kodak, and the surest way to better movies is to insist on that name, Kodak.
Here we go.
Kodak, a longtime sponsor of Disney parks, was set to sponsor the pavilion located directly south of the Land Pavilion. The topic had not been chosen for the pavilion, and Kodak just wished for something imaginative. This caused Baxter to consider reviving another concept from Discovery Bay, Professor Marvel and his pet dragon, who would lead guests on a ride signifying the importance of imagination.
This
Baxter's
right
team were
here.
aware audiences would not enjoy a lecture on the concept, so they did their best to create a world of fantasy that would inspire guests to use their own imaginations. The ride was able to use some of the steampunk-era designs left over from Discovery Bay, and they even snuck a few hot air balloons and fireworks in there as well. Baxter tweaked the story of the Professor and Dragon to the memorable Dreamfinder and Figment. Dreamfinder would be a friendly bearded man with a Santa Claus-esque jolliness to him.
Figment.
And Figment would be a cute dragon that Dreamfinder had conjured from his creativity. Baxter recalls that he got the idea for Figment from an episode of the television series Magnum P.I., where a character whose lawn had been chewed by a goat was told that it was a figment of his imagination.
And don't tell me it's a figment of my imagination. Figments don't eat rare tropical flowers. Mine have been decimated.
Baxter became enthralled by the word, as it was easily recognizable yet not fully utilized in any major way at the time. The late Imagineer Ex Intencio and others also had a part in bringing the figment that audiences found when the attraction opened to life. With his
Look
two
at
tiny
him!
wings, eyes big and yellow, horn of a steer, and a lovable fellow. After the ride's topic and characters were created, the Imagineers created various sections of the Dark Ride, each focusing on a different medium that imagination helps create. The original theme song of the ride was recorded by frequent Disney songwriter Robert Mullen.
Let's all take a journey into imagination, where inspiration goes far beyond our world of space and time.
But this was rejected,
God, I love
and
it
even
so
more
much.
frequent Disney
Fuck.
songwriters, the Sherman Brothers, were hired instead.
Eh.
They composed the theme song, entitled One Little Spark, that had different variations sung throughout the ride. The attraction was to originally have 2 steep drops to add some excitement to the ride system, but these were removed during construction. The attraction also featured a unique variation to the classic Omnimover ride system used in many Disney attractions. This version included separate 4-car trains that could move at different speeds independently from the other trains at different points in the ride. The attraction was to have fog machines to give the illusion the guests were floating on a cloud, but these did not last long as the fog would have damaged the sets. With the elements designed and construction beginning, Journey into Imagination was already showing its brilliance. But Epcot's opening day was approaching fast, and the Imagineers were far behind schedule.
Yep. Hey, a theremin.
As we talk about tomorrow, here's a bulletin for you. There is no imagination crisis in this country, especially here at Disney World. We've gathered a panel of imagination experts just to prove it.
Hello there, Brian. Good to have you here at Epcot.
And who is Dreamfinder?
Well, I'm kind of the host of the Journey into Imagination show out here at Epcot Center. I travel all over the universe, collecting the stuff dreams are made of. Sounds, colors, ideas, anything that sparks the imagination.
I respect this man so much for doing this.
Imagination Pavilion, and the guests and I recombine them into new ideas and new inspiration.
This man did not skip a beat.
Who's your little purple
Well,
friend?
this is actually something I dreamed of. This is my figment, and I'm very proud of him. You see, I threw together the 2 tiny wings, the nose of a crocodile, the horns of a dilemma, and all the calm
Indeed.
and reserve of a small child's birthday party.
The Imagination Pavilion began construction a mere 15 months before Epcot's opening. The pavilion was to feature 3 main attractions: the signature Dark Ride, its post-show, and the 3D film Magic Journeys. Per Kodak's contract with Disney, one of these 3 attractions was required to operate on opening day. Journey into Imagination was experiencing a few snags with construction on top of the already short window the team was given to create the ride. Journey's post-show, the interactive playground ImageWorks, featured state-of-the-art interactive technology. The Imagineers
Makes
hadn't
sense,
worked
you
out
have to
locations
have
for
the
Comic-Con's
child's
walkthrough
birthday
attraction,
party to
so it
hold
wouldn't
together
be
the
ready for
joy
Epcot's
of
October
Christmas.
1st opening
Yep.
either. Finally, the 3D film Magic Journeys, also using groundbreaking technology to create 3D effects, was running behind schedule. The Imagineers were out of options. Something had to be open at the pavilion. Their
Wait.
solution was to shoot a short promotional film using the strolling Dreamfinder, played by Ron Schneider, who was still developing the popular walk-around character at the time. The short film was to play in the Magic Eye Theater and was to show a preview of the unfinished Magic Journeys.
Figment my impatient young friend. You can't rush creativity. Takes time to do things right.
Uh-huh. And isn't now the time for a preview of the Magic Journey film?
By golly, you're right. I'd better hurry along.
I love this. Look at this. Not rushing work is aimed at higher up. Yep.
Now, Figment.
Those people do you think knew that Ron was going to be sprinting through in this getup when he did it? Probably none of them.
Magic Journeys.
However, this film was not used, because less than a week before Epcot's opening, Magic Journeys was ready. 2 months later, ImageWorks would open the pavilion's main doors. Visitors would walk past the queue for the unfinished dark ride, make their way up the stairs, and be given a view of Epcot through the glass pyramids. They could then enter the playground of the future. There were a variety of activities in which guests could interact with the technology. This included Dreamfinder School of Drama, an attraction that allowed guests to star in a movie with Dreamfinder via a pre-recorded film and blue screen. In these films, Dreamfinder was played by the then young Imagineer Joe Rohde. Guests were given the option of 3 films: Enchanted Travelers, Wily Wizard the Cranky King, a fantasy, Deputies and the Return of Sagebrush, a western, or Acrobatic Astronauts and Galactic Getaway, a sci-fi film. During the 2013 D23 Expo, Tony Baxter gave a presentation on the former attractions of Disney parks. Included was an early test of the western overlay of Dreamfinder School of Drama, starring Baxter and his Imagineering team.
This is Joe Rohde, in case we have audio. Audio?
With the help of this magical blue stage
Joe Rohde
and your imagination, we're going to travel back to the days of the Old West.
Look at how much fun they had with this.
We were all 12. This was pretty advanced, though, even up in the airport. For 1980 to sandwich a lifetime video between a foreground plate and a background plate and do it every 4 minutes all day long was pretty advanced. We shot this all at the Billy Graham Studios in Hollywood, non-union, and a lot of the performers there worked at Disneyland, and all the costuming came from Disneyland costuming. And Joe, we got for free.
We can catch him!
You know, for the time that this came out, that's actually not bad green screen work.
Guests could also manipulate giant kaleidoscopes mounted on the wall. The Electronic Philharmonic allowed guests to conduct an orchestra by
Considering that was basically like a live green screen.
Dressing room for the strolling Dreamfinders. The Magic Palette allowed guests to draw.
Music makes me feel like a large pink sea monster named Serendipity is about to climb out of a boiling cesspit by nostalgia tainted by Watership Down. Oh,
the lineup was updated and changed throughout the years.
I feel that.
The pavilion was also known for its array of fountains located in front of the entrances. The jumping and leapfrog fountains provided the perfect introduction to
the jumping fountains. I think those are still there.
After Epcot's opening, Imagineers were putting the finishing touches on the dark ride. Figment and Dreamfinder had already been introduced to guests through promotional material, strolling actors, and the various attractions in ImageWorks. But with the grand opening of the ride approaching, they were about to become legends.
They're so good. And here comes the best part.
Where do you come from originally? I come from somebody's imagination, where all wonderful and incredibly fantastic things come from.
He hasn't been programmed for modesty.
I think you're absolutely right. Somebody was telling me that about a character named Dreamfinder who lives in the Imagination Pavilion. is correct, Master K.
And he is the latest creation, I hear, and a real expert on the subject of creativity. You suppose I could meet him?
Your wish is my command, Master K. Dreamfinder, this is Master K and Drew. Drew and Master K, meet the keeper of the sparks of imagination, Dreamfinder.
It's nice to meet you. And this is my assistant and good right arm, Figment.
I understand you're in charge of some very creative things.
This
That would be terribly interesting.
this is like hitting my nostalgia so hard right now.
Everywhere. The visions once inside your head exist inside that place instead. Imagination is my game, the sparks of which ignite the flame of your own creativity. And that's real great for you and me.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Want to go inside?
I sure do.
Journey into Imagination has Dreamfinder and his impish friend Figment, whisking you through words, sounds, colors, and facts that lead you to new ideas and thoughts. After Figment and Dreamfinder, you're left to test your own skills of imagination.
On March 5th, 1983, 4 months after ImageWorks opened, Journey into Imagination would debut. Guests lined up and faced long wait times to embark on their flight of fantasy. Guests entering the pavilion were immediately confronted with the loading station. After boarding, they would encounter a projected silhouette of Dreamfinder on his elaborate flying vehicle, the Dreamcatcher. The vehicles then enter a giant turntable, with the cars turning to face the center, where the Dreamfinder himself welcomes guests by singing One Little Spark and introducing Figment. This turntable was the most unique element of the ride. The Omnimover vehicles locked into the scene, moving along the circular path perfectly with the Dreamcatcher. There were actually 5 identical scenes created, all playing simultaneously. This means 5 Dreamfinders, 5 Dreamcatchers, 5 of everything was encompassed in the carousel. Walls separated the sections, as the effects
It's such a good
and behind would have bled into
concept.
This long scene lasted around 3 minutes before guests exited the turntable and headed into the Dreamport to deposit all of the ideas that Figment and the Dreamfinder had created. The Dreamport featured wacky measurement tools and odd contraption used to capture the sparks of inspiration. Guests then entered the art section, a beautifully sculpted room in which the Dreamfinder and Figment used their imaginations to create works of art, with Dreamfinder holding a giant glowing paintbrush. The murals and sculptures were brightly lit with changing colors. After the guests twisted through the art section, they would enter the realm of literature. Here they encountered Dreamfinder playing an organ made of letters. He sang as he wrote a mystery novel. This area is much more dark and sinister than the previous section, but this is only because Dreamfinder has imagined it so. A fun effect in this room was Figment holding 3 blocks spelling cat, with the projection behind him changing from a cat to a bat as he turned the block to spell the new word. The next section was performance, a much more lively area featuring Figment in a tuxedo and Dreamfinder conducting a light show. Next was a dark futuristic area for science, with Figment dressed as a hitchhiking astronaut. Dreamfinder was in a lab coat doing research by viewing educational films. There was also a projection of an animated Figment, his body size being manipulated as he learns the power of dreams. Guests then enter the final show scene. The vehicles rotated around Figment, accompanied by videos playing puppet versions of himself using his imagination in different ways, singing the chorus of One Little Spark alone for the first time. Guests then see Dreamfinder for the final time, behind a giant camera filming Figment, inviting guests to use their imagination at ImageWorks. Guests then disembark and exit the ride. Journey into Imagination was one of Disney's longest and most elaborate dark rides of all time. Dreamfinder and Figment would become a highlight of guest trips, and make frequent appearances in special events and television specials. There was something for everyone, between the state-of-the-art technology and effects, the beautiful sculptures and artwork, the lovable Dreamfinder and Figment, and the unforgettable Sherman Brothers song. It was truly one of the greatest rides ever produced by Disney, and it all started with Tony Baxter's One Little Spark of Imagination.
It really was.
However, on October 10th, 1998, Epcot's beacon of creativity and wonder would be extinguished. The closure of Journey into Imagination perplexed guests, and its replacement turned that confusion into full-on outrage. How could this have possibly happened? And what, or who, was responsible?
The story continues
Yep.
in Yesterworld, where you can watch the second and
Of
final part
course.
to the history of Journey into Imagination. Picking up right where Kevin left off, we'll explore the events that led to the attraction's closure, its controversial successors, as well as the fate of Dreamfinder.
Seeing stuff from the original and the message that they were, like the message the original had, and knowing that all of that was basically taken away and replaced because of Eisner, is like, pure, like, uninhibited internal rage. Exactly, because it's like the message of the original is like to it promotes using your imagination, like using that creativity, going with it, and then they fucking replaced it. Like, what the fuck? Angie noises. Mini Angie noises. Okay, so now it's time to go on to another cursed park. Now that we've done that. Let's learn about another park, shall we? This one I don't have a whole lot of knowledge on. But I think this one should be fun.
By the 1940s, the jobs female employees held at Walt Disney Productions had diversified. Much had changed since the early years at the company, when women worked almost exclusively in secretarial roles or in the ink and paint department. Now women could be found everywhere from the story department to animation. One role at the studio that was dominated by women was story research. These employees were tasked with scouring literature and other sources, searching for inspiration for animated adaptations. In 1948, as many women hoped to be hired by Disney Studios, one was quitting. Bernice Bradley had worked at the studio for nearly a decade, and at the time of her resignation, she led the story research department. Her departure came as a surprise to Walt Disney himself, but Walt's confusion soon turned to fascination when he learned that the reason she was quitting was to help her husband run his new business. Bernice's husband had recently purchased an amusement park, and Walt had to see it for himself. In 1934, Los Angeles native David Bradley graduated from college. Bradley had a knack for mechanical engineering, and at the young age of 15, he rebuilt a 1923 Ford. Despite this, after college, Bradley was expected to go straight into investments, as his father had, but as aforementioned, it was 1934, so Bradley was keeping his options open. By chance, he would meet a rising musician, saxophonist Freddie Martin. Martin would ask Bradley to be his manager, and Bradley would jump on the opportunity. Martin and Bradley toured for 5 years, spreading music in the Martin manner. Bradley would leave Martin's band in the late 30s to work for a radio station in San Francisco. While there, he would befriend a man named Donald Kaye, who also had experience managing bands. The two shared a dream of owning their own ballroom, where big bands could play and people could dance. The stint at the radio station would not last long, as the station was soon sold. Bradley moved back to Los Angeles, where he would have the opportunity to attend a party at Walt Disney Studios. Not that party, just a party. At the gathering, Bradley would meet the head of story research, Bernice, and the two began dating. 2 years after meeting, the couple would be wed. Around the same time, Bradley put his mechanical skills to work by taking a job with Lockheed Martin to assist in the war effort. He still dreamed of his ballroom, but unfortunately, the big band scene was on its way out. Still, Bradley was interested in operating some type of entertainment venue, and whether he knew it or not, he was a triple threat. His talent and experience in the areas of business, entertainment, and mechanics made him the perfect candidate for the amusement park industry, and it was not long before an opportunity presented itself. In 1942, William Meyer, a San Diego Carnival ride superintendent, moved to Palo Alto and opened a small carnival on the corner of Firestone Boulevard and Compton. Purchasing both adult and kiddie rides from the San Diego manufacturer, Meyer had plans to take his carnival around the city and maybe even the state. Unfortunately, the United States soon implemented gas rationing to assist in the war effort, which crushed Meyer's dreams of a traveling carnival. Trapped on the first spot of the tour, he made the best of the situation and turned his carnival into a neighborhood park. To his surprise, the adult rides performed poorly, and it was difficult to consistently attract older crowds. The kiddie rides, on the other hand, were a massive success, with kids coming back again and again as their parents sat on benches watching them play. Meyer pivoted completely to this Kiddieland model, At the time, Kiddieland was a catch-all term, typically designating a small amusement park featuring rides designed for children. Similar to other catch-all park names, such as Luna Park, indicating a Coney Island-type park, and Electric Park, denoting a park featuring a light display, Kiddieland would end up being the title of multiple amusement parks around the country. Meyer went to work building more kiddie rides for his park, because apparently, everyone was qualified to build amusement rides in the 40s. In 1943, Eldon Frock, a rodeo producer, joined Meyer as a partner, and Harry Suker Sr., a show producer and ride operator, and his son, Harry Suker Jr., brought some of their entertainment to the park. Suker would soon take over the operation of Meyer's Kiddieland and its 12 kiddie rides. Suker renamed the park to Suker's Kiddieland, while Frock and Meyer formed Frock and Meyer Combined Shows, and opened another Kiddieland on a plot of fairgrounds on Beverly Boulevard. Meyer and Frock's Beverly Park, sometimes labeled...
I know. 1 second. Let me just plug the mic back in. I see that I'm like super fucking quiet right now. Properties. Is it back to default again? No, it's using the 2. Oh god, yeah, no, I'm like way fucking quiet. Why am I fucking quiet? Oh god, I see what happened. Hey. You all want to know what happened? Would you all like to know what happened? Because I should be better now. So apparently, when I was hitting play on the video, I somehow managed to hit the volume on OBS for my mic, and it bumped me down to negative 40 decibels. So, I'm now back up to 0. Instead of being at negative 40. That might help a little bit. Perhaps. Oh god, I am so sorry for those of you that have turned your volume up. Yeah, that was my OBS. I accidentally turned my own volume down. I muted myself basically by accidentally hitting OBS. Chonk emote spotted. Yeah. Chonky's a cutie. Just hey. Yeah. I also just realized I'll probably have to like fix VideoTube right now. Let's see. Microphone device. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I even like unplugged my mic and plugged it back in and everything because I was like, oh fuck. Yeah. Chonky's adorable. Yeah, she's a cutie. She is also super sweet from interactions. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Faye. Let me find an emote real quick. There we go. I appreciate Marina having that emote so much. But yeah. Yeah. Happy Danny noises. For all the trans support. I appreciate that. Yeah. And now that you can hear me, phone please. Just until I noticed on her emotes. Oh, cute. Trans VTuber support. Yeah, let's go. I met so many like awesome fellow trans peoples through the VTuber sphere. Makes me happy. Feels weird to say we support trans VTubers in this house when I'm a trans VTuber, but we do. Hey, we can say that. Yes, we're advocating for ourselves. Also, Faye, we're advocating for trans guys. Not just trans ladies. That is true. That is true. You didn't specify, and I was assuming it was because of that reason. Because I was actually going to mention a really, really, really cool trans guy in the VTubing space. Grandpa. Grandpa's really cool. We appreciate Grandpa here. Yeah. Respect the pronouns of my trans friends or your pronouns. I'll become was were. Oh. No idea how much that still makes me like giggle a little bit. I wasn't looking at this chat for a moment and I heard Danny read that quote and I knew it was red. I'm glad you can tell, Faye. I love that. That makes it so much better. Oh. Bee.
Beverly Park Kittyland or Beverly Park the Children's
Now that you can hear me.
In 1943, with 18 kiddie rides. The second park proved to be even more popular than the first.
I like that so many parks just simultaneously went with... Yeah, we're just gonna call ourselves Kitty Park. That'll be fine. Yay, trans love.
Visitors a week. The duo's time at the park was short-lived. On August 22nd, 1944, Eldon Frock suffered a heart attack and died.
Oh God.
He was younger than 50 years old.
Oh Jesus.
This forced Meyer to run Beverly Park alone, which he would do for less than a year before putting it up for sale. This is when David Bradley, along with his former radio station co-worker Donald Kay, made an offer. It wouldn't be cheap, and Bradley later said that in order to buy the park, he had to, quote, mortgage his soul. Despite the price, Bradley was excited at the opportunity, and on May 26, 1945, the sale was announced. Meyer transitioned to ride manufacturing, and Bradley and Kay signed with Meyer to build a small roller coaster for the park. One of the first moves Bradley made was solving an issue that the park had since its opening. Outside of the park, a tall oil well sat near the street. The pump was owned by the local oil company that owned the land that the park leased, and its placement was out of Bradley's control. At the same time, it was an eyesore of an icon for the kiddie park. Bradley believed that there was a better use for it. He reached out to the oil company and asked their permission to decorate it. They agreed, and Bradley adorned the device with metal and paint, dressing it like a cricket.
Oh, that's really clever.
Moved with the mechanisms of the pump. He also added green lights for eyes.
Okay, that's actually really clever.
Established Bradley as a force in outdoor entertainment within just a few years of him owning the park. Beverly Park continued to be a success, attracting over 500,000 visitors in the first year of Bradley's ownership. On some popular days, the park would attract 30,000 guests. The cricket icon would help draw children and their parents into the park, but it also proved troublesome for one very drunk man. After a late-night run-in with the cricket, the local sergeant called Bradley to inform him of the man's encounter. He explained, quote, "We've got a guy down here who claims that last night he was bitten by a 10-foot-long cricket outside your amusement park. He says he stepped off the street into the shadows to have a snort out of a bottle he was carrying, and that the fantastic critter jumped out at him, ripped his coat, and chased him down an alley. Just want your confirmation, haha, that you don't keep monster crickets around where they might bite innocent citizens passing by on the public street." Bradley replied, quote, "Sounds like my cricket all right, but I'm sure he didn't chase our thirsty friend down the alley. You see, the insect is really an oil well pump on the street side of my park. The fellow probably let his coat get caught in the machinery some way. Better tell him to contact the oil company that owns the thing if he feels he has a claim, because it isn't my well. But I wish it were mine. It pumps 75 barrels of oil a day."
God damn.
Bradley expressed interest in putting
that guy was plastered.
While ambitious, the idea was
Drunk dude try fighting an oil well and then go whine to the police that he got his ass kicked. Yes. Yes, he did. He did in fact do that.
Beverly Park's attractions cycled through the park frequently, and the amusement center most often contained 12 attractions. In the early days of the park, this included a merry-go-round, a trolley, a boat ride, a Ferris wheel,
a fucking boat ride?
2 auto rides, 2 airplane rides, a rocket ride,
fucking
a
boats?
and a coaster designed by Bradley himself. In the first year Bradley owned Kittyland, he
the guy wasn't well oiled.
including a boat ride and more
You could say that he was a quite crude fellow.
a small model using marbles before building the full ride, which he would name the Little Dipper. There were multiple wooden coasters named the Big Dipper, which in turn created a kiddie class of coasters that would be named Little Dippers. Bradley's would be one of the first. It was made of steel, long before
the Little Dippers.
Coasters, and some sources
Big
state that
cricket
Bradley's
kicked
Brave
my
was the
ass.
most portable kiddie coaster in the world. The coaster could hold 3 cars at a time and reach speeds of 15 miles an hour. Bradley would transport the Little Dipper out of the park to carnivals and other events.
There it
When
is.
Not rented, it was entertaining at Beverly Park. The coaster proved to be so popular that Bradley was motivated to create more and sell them to carnival companies and other parks. And on October 16th, 1946, it was announced that the Allen Herschel Company, a ride manufacturer that at the time only built merry-go-rounds and an auto ride, entered an agreement with Bradley to build and distribute both his designs for his Little Dipper and his boat ride. That same year, Bradley bought out K-Share, becoming the sole owner of the park, while still leasing the land from the oil company. Bradley was not content with his park being a mere fairground, and made an effort to keep the park clean, safe, and unique. As often as he could, he added figures of cartoon animals near or in his rides. In
That's cute.
1946, he added a
Against the
miniature
people who
steam
play
train
Deep
ride
Rock Galactic are like a sleeper gang.
The ride was created by amusement park
Okay.
designer Bud Hurlbut, a
I'm
mutual friend of Bradley.
I'm intrigued, Faye.
Beverly Park operated only in the afternoons on weekdays.
You can immediately become friends with somebody if you both say rock and stone.
Success was Bradley's focus on the park's relationship with the neighborhood. Bradley allowed charities to hold events at the park, opening up the gates for free admission, and not policing whether the kids coming in were part of a cause or not. Bradley also kept a birthday book full of the birth dates of the frequent visitors that lived in the neighborhood. On their birthday, he would send the children a balloon and a card. The efforts paid off, and the neighborhood embraced Bradley and the park. Given its location near Beverly Hills, it constantly attracted the stars of the day, and it was believed that Bradley's ledger, in which guests would sign their names as they entered the grounds, would be worth a significant amount of money given the amount of famous autographs it contained.
Have you had lunch? The best lunch in town is only 2 minutes away.
Here? Here. If you like hot dogs, Miss West, you're in the very heart of the Wiener Belt. 2 mile longs, huh? Coming right
The very heart of the Wiener Belt?
Hey, good.
Excuse me?
Also in 1946, a group of caged animals were put up on display at the park.
What?
Dave the elephant, Susie, the California black bear, and Tony, the African lion. With the increasing responsibilities and required attention, Bradley lived
Tony
in a
the
house next door
lion?
and had a machine shop near the parking lot. By 1948,
Don't worry about the Wiener Belt.
the park. Bradley's wife,
The
Denise,
Wiener
who had
Belt with the
assisted
whole
her husband at the park while
schmear.
also working at Walt Disney Productions.
Fucking Jesus
decided to work at the park
Christ.
full-time.
Those terms did not age well.
Walt wanted to see Kiddieland for himself. The film producer had been looking into the possibility of some sort of amusement park venture and had been casually researching and discussing some ideas with his closest collaborators. Walt would not visit the park just once. Instead, he became
Schmeedy Wienerbilt.
the park on Sundays while he gathered information. Walt was
Oh God.
of the park, and he bombarded Bradley with
What have we
questions about
unearthed?
design, logistics, guest relations, and more. Bradley was happy to answer Walt's questions, and the two developed a friendship. Bradley would share some of his key philosophies with Walt, and they would stick. Bradley explained that, quote, an appealing ride must tie together participation of the customer, make the customer feel comfortable.
You know, now I'm just imagining like a bandolier, but it's just hot dogs.
And that the park and its rides need to simulate that experience.
That, or it's just a belt that's just made out of hot dogs linked together.
In which Bradley designated certain sections of the park for photo taking. One piece of advice that Walt would not take was Bradley's belief that a themed ride needs to make the guest feel classy or look good, that it is better to have them ride elegant horses or airplanes than circus animals. Walt would not direct his questions at Bradley alone. He would also approach the children of the park, asking them what rides they liked best, why they liked them, and what attractions they would want to see. From 1948 into the early 50s, Beverly Park was a focus group for Walt and any plans he was considering for his entrance into amusement parks. For Bradley, Beverly Park was a testing ground for his new rides. But with some of the attractions becoming staples,
That's great.
he looked for a new place to try his designs. This led him to open a second park in the San Fernando Valley, named Babcock Park, as part of the Valley Markettown Shopping Center. Bradley would transition his
That's
rides
an
to
interesting name.
and continue to focus on the guest experience at Beverly Park. Still, attractions frequently cycled through Beverly Park, both due to the park's limited space for new rides and Bradley's creativity and ambition. One unique offering that was added to Beverly Park was Moonsville, a space-themed funhouse with a slide. In 1950, Bradley started offering birthday party packages to encourage larger parties to come to Beverly Park. This proved to be lucrative, with some parties reaching up to 60 kids. The package included 80 ride tickets for $5, as well as an event space, birthday cake, balloons, and party favors. This same
80
year,
tickets
Cage
for
animals were removed.
$5?
And ironically, around the same time, 11 ancient circus wagons were added. The wagons, owned by the United Tent and Awning Company, were sitting unused on an old lot, but the land had been sold and the company was going to destroy the wagons. Bradley intervened and placed the wagons in the park. These beautiful features would draw the attention of Hollywood. Major films were shot at the park, while other productions rented the wagons. Beverly Park's operating hours were extended, and on Sundays, the park would open at 10 a.m. Monday would be the only day the park would be closed. In 1951, while already operating two parks and designing rides, Bradley, never afraid to take on another project, became manager of Virginia Park in Long Beach, replacing H.A. Pop Ludwig.
Yeah, that was a lot back then, but still, like $5 for 80 tickets? Jesus Christ.
By the Long Beach Amusement Company.
That's a lot of rides.
Bradley's ride designs continued to be popular, with 26 Little Dippers constructed by 1953. Also in 1953, Moonsville was swapped out in favor of what would become another park staple, the Haunted Castle. This spooky dark ride featured terrifying figures, and even a few animated creatures. The attraction included cobwebs in the dark, most likely string hung from the ceiling that would touch guests as they passed, and jump scares galore. A microphone system was implemented so that Bradley or another employee could voice an evil witch character, and the ride's finale had headlights meant to resemble a train appearing out of the darkness while sirens blared. All of these being standard gags for this caliber of dark ride. These gags might seem fun and harmless, but as anyone that has ridden a dark ride of this type and period can attest to, zipping through pitch black darkness with nothing more than a loose seatbelt, if you're lucky, feeling cobwebs, and having horns, lights, and figures appear out of nowhere is one of the greatest simulated terrors created by humanity. While on modern dark rides, one knows for certain that all
that's
the
fair.
cobwebs, bats, rats, and human figures are planned gags, in the old Funhouse dark rides, there was a legitimate possibility that there were real cobwebs, bats, rats, and humans lurking in the darkness. The children braving the haunted castle at Beverly Park were either nestled into their parents' arms crying or laughing hysterically by the end.
I love that there's no in-between
In 1958,
for that
the Nature
ride.
Steam Train was replaced with the old 99 train ride, a design of Bradley's in which children could ride in individual train cars around the same track used for the previous ride. More theming was also added to the western town. Making use of these theming additions was the Surrey Ride, a horse and cart ride that would whip guests around a track in the western section of the park. In 1959, Beverly Park experienced its first and only reported major accident. Hydraulics on the helicopter ride failed, sending one of the cars into the ground. The passengers were a mother and her son, and to make matters worse, the mother was pregnant. Luckily, neither of them or the baby was seriously harmed, but she sued Bradley, who would then go on to sue the company that built the hydraulic system. Nearby Beverly Park was Beverly Ponyland. A pony
That's
track that also
terrifying.
moved onto land owned by the Beverly Oil Company around the same time that Bradley
That
purchased
went
the park.
that went
This resulted
wrong
in some
real
guests making
quick.
their Sundays a two-park affair, riding Bradley's rides at Beverly Park Kittyland before taking a pony ride at Beverly Ponyland. The 1970s saw a spike in divorce rates around the country as changes to the law made divorce easier and faster, and changing cultural norms removed some of the stigma surrounding it. California in particular saw a huge rise in divorce rates, and the split custody of children was a topic of debate. In many cases, the mother was given custody of her children, and the father was given a visitation day or two each week. In the case of a single day, it was most commonly Sunday. This is relevant to Beverly Park, since many divorced dads in the neighborhood, either not knowing what else to do with their child or wanting to spoil them in the short time they had, ended up spending their visitation day at Bradley's amusement center. This was not just a few incidents, and much more than merely a trend. It was a full-blown daddy epidemic at Kittyland. One guest succinctly exclaimed, "This is divorce land."
Divorce land.
Very much a daddy park. An LA Times piece did an entire feature
Daddy
on the divorce
park.
rates of the park.
Oh
The quotes they
no.
gathered from the pops watching their tots is depressing to say the least. One dad said, quote, "One nice part of the divorce is that I have the kids for the day." Another noted, "It's funny, most of the same divorced fathers I see in the market or around town during the week are here on Sunday. It's difficult to find a place to bring the kids." One dad explained, quote, "I'm a better pal this way. When we hang out, we have as much
Daddy
fun as we
inside
can
a
and try to
park.
understand each other. It's pretty
Yeah.
hard trying to be a father. The best way is to be an example. It's hard for my generation." And when questioned by a reporter, one dad eloquently stated, quote, "Don't use my name," while another acknowledged, "This is a good place to pick up
What the
Even Bradley, the king of divorce land, would
Oh
separate
my
from his wife
God.
Bernice in 1970. He would remarry in 1971, with his second wife Jerry taking over Beverly's duties at the park. In 1973, Bradley's ride manufacturing business was as busy as it had ever been, and Bradley was labeled as the father of the modern carousel for his fiberglass animal figures that he would integrate into his merry-go-rounds, quickly becoming the standard for the ride. This also helped preserve many antique figures that would have otherwise been lost to history. As more amusement parks opened throughout California and the country, Bradley's time was consistently split between Beverly Park and his manufacturing business. Both fortunately and unfortunately, he would not have to choose one or the other, because the choice would be made for him. In 1974, the Beverly Oil Company, who Bradley had been leasing land from since the mid-1940s, informed him that they were raising the price of the lease and were going to expand their drilling in the immediate area around Beverly Park. Having one well was an eyesore, but having multiple was a deal-breaker for the appearance and guest-oriented amusement park manager. So 29 years after purchasing Beverly Park, Bradley shut its gates. A sign near the front claimed that it was merely closed for renovation, most likely as Bradley searched for another owner, but Beverly Park would never reopen. The carnival rides, many of which Bradley had built himself, were scattered to the four winds, finding their way into different carnivals, fairs, and amusement parks. The Little Dipper model found at the park for over 2 decades ended up at Six Flags Magic Mountain, where it would be named the Clown Coaster, then the
That's
Wile E.
really
Coyote
sad.
Coaster, then Goliath Jr., then Percy's Railway, before 2011, when it was given its current name, Magic Flyer. Bradley had already sold all of the vintage circus wagons to Disney for use in various productions and projects. The oil company's expansion near Beverly Park would be short-lived, and in 1982, less than a decade after Beverly Park's closure, a shopping district named the Beverly Center was constructed where the amusement park used to be, much to the dismay of the surrounding neighborhood. Beverly Ponyland had held on throughout the 70s, even as Beverly Park closed, but the Beverly Center would force the pony track's closure as well in 1979. The modern shopping center still stands today atop the ground previously held by the family-owned amusement centers.
Wow.
Children would have their birthday parties, where celebrities would brave carnival rides with their kids, and where dads would take their children on their visitation day, hoping to make the most of their time with
That is actually really sad.
The closing of Beverly Park was far from the end of Bradley's career in amusement parks. He had his hands full designing and manufacturing children's rides throughout the rest of the 70s and into the early 80s. In 1987, Bradley sold his manufacturing company, his rides, and his designs to Chance Industries, the same company that had merged with the Allen Herschel Company in 1970, and had thus acquired a few of Bradley's initial designs.
And didn't even do
Bradley
shit
would
with
pass
it,
the year
yeah.
after the sale at the age of 76. He would be remembered as one of the most prominent amusement park ride designers of all time. Not only were his carousel, coaster, and kiddie ride designs revolutionary and prolific, but his introspective and attentive nature toward the guests of his parks would provide the foundation for many entertainment moguls that followed him. When Bradley purchased Beverly Park in the mid-40s, he stated his goal was to, quote, bring life and laughs to people after the death and destruction of the war. And there is no doubt that he had accomplished that in the minds and hearts of the families visiting Beverly Park. And still, there is more to David Bradley's legacy in amusement and theme parks. a major notable work that has yet to be mentioned. For in 1950, Bradley received an invitation from his acquaintance Walt Disney to come to his studio in Burbank. Bradley had already toured Walt around Beverly Park countless times, but it was now Walt's turn to show something to Bradley. When Bradley arrived, Walt revealed to him his plans for his own amusement park, a heavily themed, immersive experience to be called Mickey Mouse Park. And he wanted Bradley's help, and Bradley, never afraid to take on another project, obliged.
Oh, that was a good thing to end with. That was a good way to end that one. I like that. That was a good ending. Yeah. Like, not all of them in that way. Let's see. What else is on here? Oh, fuck yeah, let's do this. Let's do this one. This one will be fucking funny.
Amusement and theme park rides are often divisive. What is beloved by one fan might be despised by another.
Here we
There are
go.
endless debates on whether any given ride is good or bad, thrilling or uncomfortable, fun or boring. But every now and then, the stars align and a majority opinion emerges, and fans, critics, and casual guests alike all come together in their shared love or hatred of an attraction. And in Six Flags' case, there is no coaster in recent history that has been so widely rebuked as Magic Mountain's Green Lantern First Flight.
Let's go. Green Lantern time.
On May 29th,
Time to dunk on a shitty
Magic
coaster.
Mountain opened its gates.
Yep.
The park, located in Valencia, a neighborhood of Santa Clarita, California, opened with 38 listed attractions. Of those, 3 were created by Intamin, a Swiss-based ride designer and manufacturer that had opened just a few years prior. Another designer and manufacturer, the California-based Aero Development, famous for its contributions to Disneyland.
Oh, this is gonna be
provided
great.
4 rides to Magic Mountain, including
A
the park's
Green
signature
Lantern
coaster,
raid.
Gold Rusher. This, combined with the Bradley and Kay Little Dipper Kiddie Coaster, meant that the park would only operate 2 coasters.
This is
in its
gonna be
first year,
funny.
but this would soon change. Over the next 3 decades, the park would gain an additional 15 coasters, lose 3 of them, for a grand total of 13 by 2000. This put Magic Mountain, which had since been bought by Six Flags and renamed to Six Flags Magic Mountain, in striking distance of Cedar Point. Amusement parks thrive on records. It is almost a requirement for parks to have at least one ride that can boast being the tallest, fastest, longest, or first of its kind.
Six
But
Flags.
The record for the most coasters in a single park is an especially coveted title. Six Flags Magic Mountain announced in late 2000 their intention to add 2 additional coasters, bringing Magic Mountain's total to 15 and beating out Cedar Point by 1. One of the rides would be a record-breaking Vekoma boomerang named Deja Vu, and the other would be a coaster unlike anything on Earth. Aero, which had become Aero Hus and then Aerodynamics, now had 3 coasters operating at Six Flags Magic Mountain, and they were partnering with the park to create a one-of-a-kind coaster, using a design patented in the mid-90s by John F. Mayers. an
The
attorney
Deja
that
Vu
Aero
coaster,
uses
yeah.
designs in his free time. Aero and Six Flags Magic Mountain
This-
set out to build the first ever 4th dimension roller coaster.
Oh,
The
don't-
4th dimension
don't say
coaster is
4th
characterized
dimension.
By the addition of a horizontal axis, in which the cars can turn and spin guests perpendicular to the track. This can create additional inversions.
Oh,
keeping guests
God.
upright as the vehicle inverts. Aero's coaster, designed by engineer Alan Schilke, used 4 rails rather than the standard 2. 2 rails would keep the train on the tracks, and the other two would use a
That
ratchet
sounds
wheel
so
to control the
awful.
spin of the seats.
Oh
while the
god,
coaster
that
would appear
sounds
to spin
so
freely,
awful.
The rotation would be controlled and the same for every guest as the train made its way along the track. The coaster was an innovative concept from Arrow, who had lost significant ground in the industry since their heyday decades prior. The coaster, titled simply X, or sometimes Xtreme, was planned to open in the summer of 2000, but this would not be the case. Design issues and miscalculated
You want
construction costs
four
would delay the build months,
motherfucking D?
previews taking place in December, and the ride finally opening on January 12, 2002. The ride would put Six Flags Magic Mountain at 15 coasters, one more than Cedar Point, awarding Magic Mountain the title. However,
just
the
watching
ride's
that, I'm
debut
just
was
like,
not the
eh.
celebration that it should have been for Arrow or Magic Mountain. Arrow lost millions on the coaster. The unique design was supposed to put them back on the map, but it instead forced them into bankruptcy. On top of this, Six Flags' frustration over the delays and mechanical issues led them to sue Arrow, which was the final nail in the coffin for the company. Meanwhile, Magic Mountain was doing their best to keep the attraction operating through constant mechanical issues, which caused delays in opening every day and multiple downtimes. The dispatch rate of the unique design was slow as well, and wait times could be as long as 5 hours. The reception of the ride itself was generally positive, ignoring these inconveniences, but it was clear that the ride was not functioning correctly. In early June of 2002, after only 6 months of operation, Magic Mountain closed X for repairs. In the meantime, Cedar Point was able to win back the title of most coasters.
How to die in a unique way.
Of Wicked Twister. This would be brief, as X would be up and running again in August, resulting in a tie between the two parks. Arrow and its assets would be sold to the Utah-based manufacturer SNS, which created SNS Arrow to continue the company's legacy. However, SNS seemed to be only interested in the Fourth Dimension coaster, and using X's design, SNS Arrow would build the world's second Fourth Dimension coaster, named
People
Edge
waited 5 hours for that. Yeah.
This coaster had a few design differences that fixed many of the issues of X, which was still struggling at Magic Mountain. After years of issues, delays, downtimes, and even periods of closure for maintenance, Six Flags bit the bullet and revamped the ride. In December of 2007, X closed for renovations, opening back up on May 24, 2008 as X2 or X Squared. A new color scheme, new effects, new trains,
They just added a 2 to it.
System was implemented. X2 operated more efficiently and was better received by guests. Despite all of the issues with the initial
They fixed the problem, they just added a 2 at the end of it.
Rival manufacturer Intamin began designing their own Fourth Dimension coaster in the mid-2000s, debuting their version, named the Intamin Zackspin, in 2007. 2 Zackspins were created, Hirnu at Linnanmäki in Finland, and Inferno at Terra Mítica in Spain. Despite
Press
being
X to get sick.
giving
That
riders
looks
the ability to
fucking
flip on the
nauseating.
horizontal axis, there were significant differences between Intamin and Arrow's design. First, the Zackspin's track
X,
was
then
laid
you'll
out
love
vertically,
X2.
resulting in a very small footprint and compact design. Second, while X2 had 7 cars to a train, with 2 guests on either side of a car, and all 28 guests facing the same direction, the Zackspin had a single vehicle, with 4 guests on either side, 2 facing one way and 2 facing the other. This resulted in difference number 3. The axis of the rotation was
Oh, Jesus Christ, that looks so. Oh.
And finally, and most
Oh,
importantly,
God.
the Zackspin models were free spinning. While Arrow's designed predetermined rotations, Intamin's varied depending on weight distribution. The first 2 Zackspins were rather short in length. In 2009, a slightly larger Zackspin in Grönalund in Sweden, named Insane, would debut. 2 years after that, Intamin would create a 4th Zackspin, identical in layout to Insane. This would be the
Jesus
first Zackspin
Christ.
to debut in North America, and it will be located at none other than Six Flags Magic Mountain. On October 20th, 2010, Six Flags Magic Mountain announced the addition of 2 new coasters.
Just feel a
new Kid
gigantic
coaster from
headache.
Six Flags New Orleans, and a new Zackspin themed to the Green Lantern titled Green Lantern First Flight. Six Flags, which used to be owned by Time Warner until 1998, still had a close relationship with the Warner Brothers movie studio, holding the long-term licensing rights to many of their classic characters
Oh,
and
God.
DC Comics heroes. The new ride would take this synergy one step further, as the new Zackspin was set to debut at the same time of the Green Lantern film.
Oh,
which
no.
was scheduled to open June 15th.
Oh,
2011. This was
no.
somewhat appropriate, as both would be received similarly.
Oh, no. Of course it's based off of that one.
Flight would be located in the western
Oh,
section, which at the
no.
time was named the Gotham City Backlot. It would be renamed to DC Universe to accommodate Green Lantern.
It was doomed
ride
from the
took over a
start.
small section of land that at the time held trees, lunch tables, and a Gotham City statue. Construction began in early 2011 and continued into the early summer. However, the ride would miss its opening date, being delayed.
Apparently it transcended from movie
began in June,
and
there were
also
keys to work out. In reality, this was probably just caused by someone not tightening the lid on the water test dummies. But never ignore an omen.
Y'all smell shit.
It was 107 feet tall and reached speeds of 35 miles an hour. It was
I'll be
celebrated as the
honest,
first
if
ever
we didn't mention that that was a
pattern
test,
zigzag roller coaster
I thought someone literally fucking like blew chunks on that.
What took them so long? Most importantly, for marketing, it was a record-breaking coaster, technically. The coaster itself broke no records. As aforementioned, it was a clone of Insane. However, the
Didn't matter
existence of the
what
coaster
touched
broke
that movie,
arguably the most
everything of
important
it
record,
sucked.
which is, of course, the most coasters
Yep.
in a park. Green Lantern First Flight would be the park's 18th coaster, beating Cedar Point 17.
Video games, toys, cereal, the coaster.
Go Six Flags Magic Mountain.
Yep.
This was just in time for Magic Mountain's 40th anniversary, and the park touted that they now had the most comprehensive collection of thrilling coasters anywhere in the world.
Oh, damn, they went all out. They have fucking Aquaman.
The grand opening ceremony was star-studded. Aquaman was there, Wonder Woman was there, and of course the Green Lantern himself was there. In brightest day, in blackest night, in spandex that hide nothing from sight.
Yes, it had a video game, Red.
The following day, the ride was
Oh,
over.
no.
Guests would rush the ride, viewing the coaster, a large Green Lantern power battery, and a large Green Lantern illustration. They would pass under a sign for Ferris Aircraft, where courage takes flight, the fictional aircraft company where Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern himself, was a test pilot. They would pass by a model of a plane and more information on Ferris Aircraft. As guests entered the Q building, they would be met with Abin Sur's wrecked starship. The next room would feature a Green Lantern power battery and a pre-show video of animated Green Lantern illustrations. Next, they would be greeted by a sign featuring the Green Lantern Oath. The line would then be split so that guests could board on both sides of the track. Guests would be seated 8 to a vehicle, 4 in each car, with 2 passengers facing forward and the other 2 facing back. The ride
Oh, that
began
seems
in the
so
cruise zone,
awful.
giving riders their first preview of what was to come. They would lock in position as guests began their ascent, resulting in guests climbing the lift hill at a number of angles depending on weight distribution. Guests would then brave the 107-foot or 33-meter lift hill before beginning their zigzag descent.
Oh, that looks so awful.
Or 252-meter track. The most intense section was the final element, which whipped guests up and over a steep curve before locking the cars upright and returning guests to the boarding area. Guests would exit the ride on the backside of the Q building. The entire experience was about 60 seconds. Reviews of Green Lantern First Flight were generally positive out of the gate, and fans and critics praised the coaster as an intense and thrilling addition to Magic Mountain, compacting some of the unique experiences of X2 into a small
Oh,
ride.
no.
Some critics were underwhelmed, calling it a glorified flat ride, but overall, reviews were good. The ride had a maximum capacity of around 800 people an hour, but Magic Mountain almost always ran the attraction with fewer than the maximum amount of vehicles, resulting in the capacity being closer to 500 an hour. Guest demand for the small coaster was not as overwhelming as the larger attractions, but it seemed that Green Lantern First Flight was a solid, thrilling addition to Magic Mountain. However, guests' opinions were about to do a 180. As it turns out, Zack spins are much more about the spin than the Zack. It was reported that the maximum amount of 360-degree rotations the free-spinning cars on Green Lantern First Flight could accomplish was 3, with the minimum being 0. But many reported
Oh, no.
accomplishing 4, 5, or even 6 spins. The amount of rotations depended on the weight distribution of the car, and reportedly, how much the cars were allowed to spin. The latter rumor purported that there was a friction mechanism that the park or ride operators could control, so while the cars would still be free spinning and capable of 360-degree rotations, the amount of force necessary to make a full rotation could be much greater depending on this setting. But this has not been confirmed. Weight distribution, on the other hand, definitely plays a huge role. Supposedly, ride operators in European parks where the other 3 Zack Spin coasters resided make an effort to maximize the number of rotations by purposefully picking heavier riders and pairing them with lighter ones. Of course, Six Flags would not make this same effort, resulting in varying ride experiences. Fewer rotations leading to a less thrilling ride was not even the real problem. The biggest issue was the experience that fewer rotations could cause. Not only is going upside down fun, but on the Zaxspin's intense zigzag descent, it is often necessary to avoid whiplash. Cars that are inverting with the curves of the track have the force of each sharp turn distributed more comfortably. But if the car remains upright the whole time, riders are violently pushed, pulled, raised, and dropped, banging around in their restraints, defeating the enjoyment and purpose of the ride. Thus, as previously mentioned, Zaxspins placed guests off the horizontal axis in which they spin, exacerbating the whiplash effect, as each guest is essentially catching up with the movement of the ride. The restraints were also less than comfortable, with many guests complaining of pain in the shoulders and, in some cases, hits below the belt. To put it delicately, it was a pelvic nightmare. This tainted the ride for many guests, but the complaints were minimal during the ride's opening.
That's not what you want to hear.
In 2012, that the ride would develop its reputation among coaster fans and regular guests as one of, if not the worst, Six Flags coaster in operation. Through late 2011 and early 2012, the ride experienced a few breakdowns, leaving riders either facing the sky or upside down for an extended period of time. This was either
I could just imagine somebody having to explain that. Yeah, I had my pelvis crushed by the Green Lantern ride.
Which prominently displayed fins that appeared in the formation of a throwing star, were given additional metal, filling in the gaps, resulting in a solid structure.
Oh god.
Reportedly, this weighed the vehicle
This coaster's
down
an
and
actual
significantly
factual
reduced the
pain in the
amount of possible
balls.
complications. And after this
Yeah.
change, riders reported a much worse and much more painful experience. Some called the ride neutered, fitting considering that others began reporting that this is what the ride did to them.
Oh god!
The immature humor of the classic low blow. The only ball busting going on here was that of the ride. The reports of crotch botches plagued the ride's reputation. The ride was advertised as an attraction capable of, quote, squeezing a lifetime of action into 90 seconds. But many riders claimed after the change,
I'm not able to have children ever since I rode the Green Lantern.
The ride's bad reputation would only grow throughout the years, and a palpable hatred was brewed. In July of 2014, Green Lantern First Flight and all of the Intamin Zaxspins were closed out of caution after an 18-year-old man died after falling out of the Inferno Zaxspin in Spain.
Oh
Modified the
no!
attraction's restraint without the knowledge of Intamin, and the other Zaxspins were reopened. The following year, a new fourth dimension free spinning coaster would open at Six Flags Fiesta Texas named Batman the Ride, but this would not be developed by Intamin, rather SNS Aero, which had since been acquired by Sansei Technologies. The company had built one additional fourth dimensional coaster in X2 style at China Dinosaurs Park, named Dinoconda, but this would be the last of its kind that SNS Sansei would develop. Batman the Ride was similar to a Zaxspin, but different in a few key ways that solved many of the problems that Intamin's design had. First, riders were separated into cars of 2
Jesus.
rather than 4, and the axis was centered on the seats, more specifically the riders' stomachs, resulting in a more comfortable experience and a somersaulting effect. Second, the cars use a magnet and fin mechanism that allowed for forced spins in key areas, while allowing free spinning during the rest of the ride. This concept, again designed by Alan Schilke, was a huge success, and a total of 9 SNS free spins have been installed throughout the world. To compete, Intamin announced a new generation of their free spin model that shared more than a few similarities to SNS's version. Although so far, none have been installed.
Comfortable.
As fourth dimension coasters
I do feel like comfortable is subjective there.
to disappoint. The amount of negative reviews for the attraction cannot be overstated. It was truly despised by many, while there was a minority of people that enjoyed the attraction and thought everyone else was not tough enough for it. Many more Magic Mountain visitors actively avoided the ride. And then suddenly, in July of 2017, Magic Mountain closed the coaster, giving no explanation as to why. Rumors circulated that a woman had hurt her back on the ride and was suing the park, but nothing official ever surfaced. In early 2018, trim brakes were installed, leading many to believe that the ride was just being modified for reopening. However, this was not the case. The ride remained closed for the rest of the year. In early 2019, Magic Mountain guests noticed that the ride was being tested. However, this time the rumor was not that the ride would reopen. Rather, the coaster was being tested before it was to be sold or moved. This most likely was the case, as it was soon revealed that La Ronde, a Six Flags park in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, was to receive the ride, which would be renamed Vipère. Six Flags Magic Mountain's official reasoning for removing the coaster was to make way for new development. No progress has begun on the area, and the queue still remains intact. The coaster was dismantled in late 2019 and transported to La Ronde, where it was to open in 2020, but the COVID-19 outbreak has indefinitely delayed the ride's opening. Green Lantern First Flight's replacement was rumored to be an RMC Raptor single-rail coaster, Plans were filed with LA County, but the park's closure, also due to COVID-19, will postpone and potentially cancel these plans. Luckily, the removal of Green Lantern First Flight would not affect Six Flags Magic Mountain's title of the most coasters in a single park. More coasters had been added since Green Lantern First Flight's debut, and Magic Mountain now has a 2-coaster lead over Cedar Point, with Magic Mountain at 19 and Cedar Point at 17, although many fans would argue quality over quantity. Green Lantern First Flight was about as universally hated as a coaster could get. It was not without its fans, but the majority of guests seemed to agree that it was not worth the whiplash. Most disappointingly, the ride was received well before the modifications. It is possible that the coaster could have lived on with a much different reputation if Six Flags had not made the change. It is not often that the removal of a ride of any kind is cheered, but if there's a silver lining to be had, unsuspecting guests will no longer be subjected to the pain and whiplash caused by Green Lantern. So long as they don't watch the movie.
Took Bust a Nut to a new level. Certainly did. Certainly did. It's the type of bus that does not feel good. Yeah. Absolutely. Ooh, this one should be fun too. Let's keep on the trend of Six Flags while we're here.
In the late 1950s, Texas-based property developer Angus G. Wynn Jr. visited the newly opened Disneyland in Anaheim, California.
Here we
After seeing the
go.
full potential of theme parks, Wynn decided that he would create his own in the Lone Star State. This led to the development of Six Flags Over Texas, which would open in Arlington in August of 1961. The name Six Flags came from the 6 nations that have governed Texas: Spain, France, Mexico, the Republic of Texas, the Confederate States of America, and the United States of America. These would also operate as the park's 6 themed lands, all of which would contain simple attractions and shows. Six Flags Over Texas was a success, and Wynn quickly began the development of a second park. In June of 1967, Six Flags Over Georgia would open outside of Atlanta. Just 4 years later, in June of 1971, a third park, Six Flags Over Mid-America, would debut in St. Louis, Missouri. This would be the last full-fledged amusement park in the United States to be constructed by the company, and every Six Flags to open after 1971 was an acquisition of a pre-existing park. The first of these would come in 1975, with Six Flags rebranding a young park located in the heart of Houston, Texas.
Here we go. Getting some history here on Six Flags. I appreciate the spaghetti western opening. For this one.
This crowd of more than 50,000 attending a Houston Astros baseball game in the world's largest air-conditioned room is but one example of the reason more than 4 million persons annually attend all kinds of events and visitor tours in the Astrodome.
In the early 1960s, Judge Roy Hofheinz, a former mayor of the city of Houston, spent over $30 million to construct a sports stadium for the Houston Astros baseball team. The complex would be named the Astrodome, which, like the Astros, was given its name in honor of the newly constructed Manned Spacecraft Center. Due to the scorching climate of coastal Texas, Hofheinz decided to make the Astrodome covered, creating the world's first fully domed sports stadium. The Astrodome opened in 1965 to much fanfare, being hailed as the 8th wonder of the world for its unique and impressive design. After the success of the stadium, Hofheinz saw potential in a larger entertainment complex, which he would call the Astrodomain. This was to include
Carnival Food Grid next. Of course we can.
Property hotels and a brand new amusement park named
That'll be funny.
Hofheinz wasted no time
And amusing.
purchasing additional land on Houston's Loop 610 and beginning development.
Carnival Foods are.
The plans for Hofheinz theme park were finalized
They
in
are.
January of 1967.
They are a breed of their own.
That same year, Hofheinz would announce the park to the public. He touted that the park would become the world's greatest tourist attraction, with the potential of 1.5 million guests every year. Hofheinz had consulted with management at Disneyland Park as well as Six Flags Over Texas in an attempt to avoid issues that the parks faced during their openings. Hofheinz had purchased around 115 acres of land on the other side of the interstate from the Astrodome, and only around 57 acres of the plot would be used for the park at opening, with plenty of room to expand. Astroworld was designed by architect and Hollywood art director Randall Dwell. After spending decades as a designer,
This should be interesting, though.
Dwell would create a firm that would combine his architectural skill and cinematic techniques. With this, he and his associates would go on to design a large number of U.S. theme parks, including Six Flags Over Texas. Designing Astroworld was not going to be Dwell's easiest assignment, and many obstacles were clear from the start. The first issue with the area was that the ground was particularly wet and swampy. This required over 1 million cubic yards of dirt to be brought in to fill the foundation
God damn.
to prevent flooding. Also,
That's a
Route
lot of
16
dirt.
separated the park from the rest of the Astrodomain, so a private bridge would be built across the interstate in order to allow guests parking on the Astrodome side to walk to Astroworld. At one point, discussion of a monorail loop for the Astrodomain properties was discussed, but this never came to fruition. Finally, Houston's heat would bring out the innovator in Hofheinz once again. He, Dwell, and the air conditioning company Carrier would create an elaborate outdoor cooling system, in which fans blowing cold water would be placed throughout the park, blending in with the theming. The park received elaborate landscaping, giving Astroworld lush greenery that was rarely seen in the area.
Ham
As for the
wrapped
layout,
pickle. Oh my
divided the
god.
park into 8 themed areas: American Square, Oriental Corner, Plaza de Fiesta, Children's World, Western Junction, European Village, Alpine Valley, and Maudeville. The American Square was the park's entrance. It was similar in design and function to Disneyland's Main Street USA, with a variety of shops and eateries placed throughout the area. Oriental Corner featured a station for the park's train, the 610 Limited, the Black Dragon, an octopus-style carnival ride, and a station for the Astroway, Astroworld's own Skyway attraction. Plaza de Fiesta was home to the Lost World Adventure, a Jungle Cruise-style boat ride that took guests along a river and featured narrating skippers and animated figures. Children's World, as the name implies, featured attractions for younger children. These included the Maypole, a teacups ride, a playground featuring an enormous boot slide, a petting zoo, and the Rub-a-Dub,
boot slide?
a boat ride themed after nursery rhymes. The Western Junction featured another train station for the 610 Limited, as well as the Crystal Palace Theater.
Squid and I just did a 17-minute triple dreadnought mission. Oh my god.
Chance Trabant carnival ride named Wagon Wheel, and the Mill Pond bumper boat.
Oh my god.
European Village prominently featured the Astro Needle, originally named Skyrama. This 300
That must have,
feet tall
like,
double
paid out
tower
well.
Ottoman gyro tower slowly lifted guests into the air, gently spinning in order to give them a view of the park and surrounding area. Due to its size and placement, this was considered to be the park's centerpiece. Also located in the European section was the Le Taxi, a French car ride that allowed guests to drive
Taxi?
around a track and through a tunnel. The Alpine Valley
The fun
featured
cryo
Carousel,
cannon,
the
but
other
let's
station
go,
on the
Faye.
Astroway, and Astroworld's most complex ride, the Alpine
That's
Sleigh
pretty
Ride.
pog.
This thrilling dark ride took guests in sleighs in and around the mountain, named Der Hofheinsberg. From the outside, guests could view the large structure, with its snowy peaks and gushing waterfall. The ride itself utilized state-of-the-art technology. On the way up the mountain, guests would pass the Echo Tunnel, with a sign encouraging them to yodel into it. They would eventually reach a second tunnel, hearing what they had shouted before. This was executed with a microphone in the first tunnel recording the sounds onto a specially developed tape. It was perfectly timed to play the recording in a second tunnel just as guests reached it. The next
That's kinda
event came
neat.
after a steep drop into the mountain in a section nicknamed the Blasting Tunnel. Here, strobe lights would brightly flash, disorienting riders. They would
Oh,
then
God.
fly past a scene of a miner with explosives next to a boarded-up tunnel. Guests would dip and turn, eventually making their way past a film projection of an avalanche. After this, guests would come face-to-face with an abominable snowman, played by a park employee in a crude costume. While the entire ride was inspired by Disneyland's Matterhorn bobsleds, the addition of the monster actually predated Disneyland's animatronic by a decade. The next section guests would enter was the cold room, complete with falling ice and freezing temperatures. This effect was made possible by the air conditioning of Carrier.
Cryo cannon
The cold
plus
room was the
lasers.
attraction's biggest draw, especially
Awesome.
on the hottest days of the summer. After making their way through the room, guests would take a final steep drop, returning them to the loading station.
Because
The
cryo
attraction was by far
cannon.
the most unique and heavily themed experience in Astroworld. It would open 3 weeks after the park due to construction delays. The ride would unsurprisingly experience a variety of technical difficulties over time, causing the removal of many of the original effects, including the abominable snowman, which only lasted a few years due to poor guest-to-monster relations. Finally,
Poor
the monorail
guest
section of
to
the park
monster
consisted of
relations.
flat rides. These included a double-lift Ferris wheel, the Astro Wheel, a scrambler ride, the Happening, and another tracked auto ride named Spinout. Astroworld came with a high price tag, around $25 million, but it seemed that it was well worth the cost. Hofheinz and Dwell's attention to detail rivaled that of Disney, and the assortment of attractions built before the park's debut was impressive to say the least. With Astroworld completed, it was time to open the wonderful world of fun for its first season.
What the fuck is this music? What's this music?
Astroworld opened its gates to the public on June 1st, 1968. The park saw around 50,000 guests in its first weekend, receiving rave reviews
Oh my
for its
God.
theming, its attractions, and especially its air conditioning. Astroworld was another success for Hofheinz and the Astro Domain, and the planned expansions to the park went forward. The Oriental Corner would receive 2 new rides from Aero Development, a log flume named the Bamboo Chute and a junior coaster named Serpent. The park would receive its first new
Serpent.
in 1970. Fun Island was located
that.
in the lagoon in the center of the park and would feature 2 attractions, a tilted house named the Wacky Shack, and a roller coaster named the Swamp Buggy Ride. This was Chance Industries' signature toboggan coaster. The style was usually portable, with the simple ride lifting guests vertically through the coaster's center and then letting gravity spiral the cars downward. Astroworld's version was unique in that the coaster was designed to look like a giant tree. In 1972, another new land, Country Fair, opened. This expansion cost around $1.5 million, as it included Astroworld's first big coaster, the Dexter Freebish Electric Roller Ride. This
That
airline cart reached a height of 80 feet and featured
is a long-ass
a new
name.
carousel, a walk-through museum of time-period antiques, and a bumper car ride named the Der Fender Bender also premiered in the area. Astroworld's official mascot,
Still love the
Marvel McFly,
concept of
made his first
Nuka World.
appearance around this time.
This keeps
The
from
character was
Nuka
soon
World.
exhibited
Ah,
at
yes.
stage shows in Children's World.
This
The park
is
was filled with
probably
wide
as close as you can get to what Nuka World was based off of.
more attractions every so often. The park had become part of Houston, and the locals looked forward to its operating season each year. However, whether guests had asked for it or not, change was on its way.
Bad at stuff. You know, that's relatable. I misspell so many things. And so close to home.
The biggest change to Astroworld in its early years came in 1975. Less than a decade after the park opened, Hofheinz,
Jesus
hindered by
Christ.
health and financial issues, decided to lease Astroworld to Six Flags with an option to purchase, which the company would do before the 1976 season. Being their first acquired park, Six Flags was eager to make it their own. In 1976, the Coney Island area would open in Astroworld. This would bring a new theater and a fan-favorite coaster, the Texas Cyclone. Six Flags had considered relocating Coney Island Cyclone to Houston, but after factoring in the cost of transporting the existing ride, decided to build a new attraction based off the classic coaster. Reaching speeds of 60 miles per hour and dropping guests 92 feet, the wooden coaster was one of the largest of its kind.
Great DLC except the main quest. That's fair.
And it made the park a must for many thrill seekers. The Texas Cyclone would soon be
It was a cool DLC.
coaster in the world. In 1978, the shuttle loop coaster Grease Lightning opened in the Western
Grease
This coaster,
Lightning.
manufactured by Anton Schwarzkopf, featured one large loop that the train would travel through once forward after launch, and then again backwards. 2 years later in 1980, Astroworld would receive another major expansion. Thunder River, the world's first river rapids ride, would open at the park. While a common ride type now, this was the first of its kind, and a huge get for Astroworld. In 1983, Sky Screamer, an Intamin drop tower,
Oh,
would debut
God.
in the Plaza de Fiesta section of the park. The tower was 143 feet tall and dropped guests down onto a piece of curved track. This same year, the Alpine Sleigh ride would close due to high maintenance costs, leaving the mountain abandoned. The ambitious ride had a 15-year run at Astroworld. 1983 would also see Waterworld, a separate water park, open next door. The park featured a standard array of slides and pools. A year later in 1984, Astroworld received the Aero Suspended Coaster XLR8, or Accelerate, which would be placed in the Plaza de Fiesta area. Its track would dangle guests directly over the Lost World Adventure, which had been renamed to the River of No Return. In its later
The
years,
River
the
of
would
No
turn around
Return,
some of its
alright.
cars, allowing guests to choose
Most
between
things in
riding the
Fallout
coaster
4 can be
facing
described
forward
as
or
good, but main
As a
story
result
is
of the
mid.
time,
Yeah,
Six Flags acquired the
that's
rights to the
pretty
leading Disney
accurate.
characters from Warner Brothers, and Time Warner was becoming increasingly interested in the chain of theme parks. The Houston Park was at the mercy of the Six Flags Corporation, but so far, it had treated Astroworld extremely well, constantly bringing new rides, attractions, and experiences. Six Flags was actively making the park better, and they had more improvements planned for the coming years.
Oh my god. Not Long John Silver's.
This fall, make your visit to Astroworld go even further with super savings from Long John Silver's. Now through November 29th, save $4 on your Astroworld ticket with discount coupons from Long John Silver's.
Long John Silver's, where your money goes a long, Long John Silver's way.
Oh my god.
In the mid-1980s, a dance club named Studio A would open in Astroworld, because it seems that no theme park was safe from the 80s. A Houston MTV-style dance show would be shot here named Video City. This is also the year that Halloween festivities would begin. In 1987, a new attraction called Looping Starship would debut. A year later, the water ride Tidal Wave replaced the River of No Return, which had been rethemed to the wetlands a few years prior. This marked an end to the attraction's 20-year run. In 1989, a new steel coaster,
You're all good,
opened
Fancy.
in the Oriental Village. The coaster was 80 feet tall, had a small...
I'm just like sitting here dumbfounded at what I'm seeing.
Next year, another new coaster, Ultra Twister, would open. This unique ride
I got like psychic damage from that Long John Silver's
Six
ad.
Flags Great Adventure before being moved to the Houston Park. This was the only ride of its kind in the United States, as the coaster had originated in Japan. In 1993, Astroworld opened a major new attraction. The ride was named Batman the Escape. This stand-up coaster had been a resident at two previous Six Flags parks before making its way to Astroworld. Here, it would be themed to the DC Comics superhero. The main villain of the ride was the Penguin, who was pursuing guests throughout the queue and the ride. The queue featured areas themed to Arctic Park and Gotham City cold storage. The coaster itself had little theming apart from color and a short tunnel with strobe lights. The attraction was quite rough, jostling guests throughout the ride.
I'd imagine it would be
Extremely
quite rough.
popular despite this. Next to Batman the Escape, Six Flags finally found a use for the abandoned mountain structure left over from the Alpine sleigh ride. This show building would become home to the Batcave. Guests on their way to Batman the Escape could walk inside Bruce Wayne's secret lair and see some of his gadgets, the Batman suit, and even
Must
the
not be a
Batmobile.
Canadian
The same year
thing.
Batman the Escape opened, Time Warner
Fair.
would begin its takeover of the Six Flags
Think
Corporation.
cheap fried seafood.
Parks under the new management, as they had been using Warner
Fast
Brothers
food seafood.
The parks had
Where
nothing to worry
basically
about.
everything's fried.
However, this moment of peace would not last long.
That's what Long John Silver's is. I think they also have chicken,
An
but
indoor coaster, the Mayan
it's
Mine
primarily
would
just
open at Astroworld.
seafood.
This was a fairly tame ride, but the dark added an extra thrill to the experience and the extra theming was appreciated. A few years later in 1998, an even more detailed attraction, a drop tower named Dungeon
Yeah.
would open. This
because they
ride
have
was
like a competitor, seafood with a touch of land meat.
This show
Yeah.
also saw the addition of Taz's
Because Long John Silver's and there's Captain D's. They're both basically the same thing. It just depends how much grease you want. The not as good Captain D's.
Premier Parks. The corporation,
It's like-
which had only begun operation in 1982, was purchasing as
They're
many
very
regional
similar.
parks as corporately possible. After going public in 1996, they
It
now
just
had the funds
depends how much
necessary to
grease you
purchase the
want.
Six Flags parks off of Time Warner's hands. Time Warner, which had recently begun selling other aspects of their business, agreed.
Though I will say, the last time that I ate at a Long John Silver's, they had the lobster bites, and those were actually kind of nice. I'm not even gonna lie, those were kind of good.
CEO of Premier Parks celebrated that this is a transforming transaction for Premier, making us the world's
Now I want to go to Red Lobster. Red Lobster is okay.
with the Six Flags label, eventually dropping the
If you live nowhere near the ocean and or fresh seafood, Red Lobster is okay.
hoping that the changes in the company would have only positive
Cheddar Bay
effects on
biscuits from Red Lobster, though. Them Cheddar Bay biscuits kind of hit different.
Years after the acquisition
Yeah,
by Premier,
I've been to Red Lobster
virtually the same.
a
The
lot.
last major ride the park had received
The
was
Cheddar Bay biscuits are literally the fucking like best thing. Yeah, they're like, oh god, oh fuck, these biscuits kind of slap.
park had undergone a lot of change in the past 37 years.
These biscuits go hard.
Favorite attractions were removed, such as Excalibur in 1998 and even the Astro Needle in 2000. Still, the majority of the park's signature attractions remain, including Dungeon Drop, Looping Starship.
Like, the best part is you can literally make those biscuits at home.
Taxis, the 610 Limited, Mayan Mind
You can make biscuits just like that at home.
Accelerate, Viper,
But
and the Texas Cyclone. The park had entertained
they're just so good. Those biscuits are literally just so good. Even if you don't like seafood, you could go to Red Lobster for the fucking biscuits and just get not seafood.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. 37 years of Houston history have come to a close.
Yeah.
Six Flags Astroworld shut down for good this evening. While they said it would happen about 6, it took longer because some fans just didn't want to say goodbye.
11 News reporter Jeremy Diesel was there tonight for the final ride. He joins us now to tell us about the end.
Made them at home. What followed was a massacre.
Hours to get folks out of the lines for those rides and out of the park. Certainly, Astroworld over the years has been known for all of its thrills and its screams. And on closing
They're just so good. They're just legitimately so good. Squid Alfredo pasta. Ooh. Ooh.
Reasons were cited for its closure.
Ooh.
Decreased quality of staff, increasingly rude guests, decreased attendance, and an unfortunate circumstance.
Calamari pasta.
From the Astro Domain after Six Flags acquired it, the park had been leasing parking from the complex. Unfortunately, when the Houston Texans were created in 2002, a new stadium was built next to the existing Astrodome. This would not only be used for football games, but it would also host Houston's biggest events, including the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. This caused parking disputes between Astroworld and the new stadium. All of these issues led Six Flags to decide that it was time to close the park. Or maybe it was something else. Perhaps all of the aforementioned issues were not just a series of misfortunes Six Flags had to endure. It was quite the opposite, really. While Six Flags was quick to point out all of the problems the park was facing, they did not mention that their company was in over $2 billion of debt.
Ooh.
Stopped purchasing parks after obtaining Six Flags. The company continued its acquisitions, both in the US and abroad, at a rate that was unsustainable. The tipping point came in the early 2000s, with the company's debt becoming so massive that shareholders began to take notice. In an attempt to avoid bankruptcy, Six Flags began selling off many of their international parks, and looked within the US to see which ones they could do without. Astroworld, which had been long neglected, caught their attention, despite
Oh,
issues
God.
being their own fault. Poor
That's
management
unfortunate.
contributed to no attention from corporate. Weak attendance was because there was little to no investments made in the park for nearly a decade, and the rude behavior by guests could be due to the park decreasing their season pass price, turning the park into a cheap babysitting service for parents in the area. Also, there were many potential solutions to the parking dispute, but Six Flags, now possessed by a company with an itchy trigger finger and $2 billion of self-imposed debt,
Jesus.
out their window. Since Astroworld was directly next door to Houston's brand new sports and events complex, the company believed that this was a perfect time to sell, as the property value for the surrounding area to the stadium was at its highest. They expected to receive $150 million for the land, and planned to send many of Astroworld's attractions to different parks, which would potentially increase revenue at those locations. Astroworld would see its final guests on October 30th, 2005, and demolition would begin the very next day. Some of the rides, such as Dungeon Drop, Tidal Wave, Serial Thriller, Batman the Escape, Mayan Mindbender, and Grease Lightning were relocated. Others were not so lucky. Casualties included Thunder River, Bamboo Shoot, the Astroway, Accelerate, Viper, Serpent, and even the Texas Cyclone. Many of the relocated rides never reopened and remained in storage. Many of those that did resume operation have since closed. The demolition of Astroworld cost around $20 million.
Oh, that looks so awful.
Development firm for only $77 million, nearly half of what Six Flags expected. This prompted the firing of Kieran Burke, and a new CEO was left to deal with the mess. The following years would be difficult for Six Flags, with many of the parks being closed or stripped of the company's branding. But Astroworld's story was already over. As of 2019, the lot formerly occupied by the park is empty, and is rarely utilized apart from infrequent special events. It is used occasionally, and ironically, for additional parking for the stadium across the interstate. The neighboring Astrodome saw a similar fate, and now sits unused, leaving nearly the entire Astro Domain abandoned. Astroworld is a rare instance of an entire park being demolished, and it is especially shocking given its size. Not only were numerous rides and attractions lost, but the world that they inhabited was lost as well. It is not ruined, it is not abandoned, it is just gone. The loss of
That's
the park has
painful.
left a hole in the hearts of many locals, especially as they celebrate what would have been its 50th birthday. While Astroworld may have been physically destroyed, it lives on in the memories of those lucky enough to have visited, and those that yearn to go back to Houston's wonderful world of fun.
Let your troubles slide away.
I like that this one had a mention of that album from Travis Scott, because the fucking like concert around that was such a fucking shit show. Jesus Christ. That was such a shit show. Oh god. History repeats itself in some way or another. Alright, let me move that down just a second. We'll see if we can find... Oh god, I entered full screen. Okay, let's not enter full screen mode. Okay. There we go. Let's see if we can find something. And we could do this. This is from 3 years ago. We'll give this one a look-see.
Over the years, Fair Food has gone from the standard cotton candy and corn dogs to innovative, wacky, and sometimes downright questionable eats. As each new fair season dawns,
Here we
you never
go.
know
Oh
what
my
kind of deep fried
god.
delight you'll encounter, or what unexpected mashups the vendors have dreamed up. The classic corn dog is a staple at any fair, but let's be honest. These days, a plain old corn dog just seems a little tame compared to all the imaginative eats being offered on the Midway. Sure, it checks many of the requisite fair food boxes.
That was such a
battered,
weird fucking
fried,
ad.
portable, and absolutely delicious. But there's gotta be a way to make it even better. That's where the pickle dog comes in. This food in a food looks like a typical corn dog, but one bite reveals its secret. There's a giant dill pickle inside. That's right, someone figured out that the way to make a corn dog even better is to stuff the hot dog inside a dill pickle before battering and deep frying it. And to
Hey,
that person,
yo.
we say, thank you. We are forever in your debt.
Okay, I'm not gonna
Utah
lie.
residents really love Jell-O. Not only do they eat more of it per capita than
Okay,
any other
I gotta pause that just a second. Someone had the idea to take a big fucking, like, kosher dill, jam a fucking hot dog on a stick inside it, and then deep fry it. What the fuck? Who comes up with this? Also, it might actually be kind of really fucking tasty, but at the same time, how? That is the most American thing possible, yes. And we get even further into American.
State in the country, they also celebrate Jell-O Week statewide. Thus, it's no surprise that the Utah State Fair features a loving tribute to this beloved food. In 2012, John Searle, aka Deep Fried Guy,
Something
filled
and
the
deep
state
fry that
fair's
son of a
Jell-O void
bitch.
with deep fried green Jell-O. But how in the world do you
Deep fried
Jell-O? Searle explained the
green
process on Facebook.
Jell-O.
We take our delicious deep fried batter and add it into large amounts of chilled Jell-O concentrate. Fire it up into fried Jell-O sticks and top it off with more Jell-O on top. Delicious! If we didn't know any better, we'd say it looks a lot like Jell-O-infused funnel cake batter, which doesn't sound so bad either. But does it taste any good? According to Searle, the Jell-O melts and softens inside the batter, which he raves is intoxicating. Who needs savory spaghetti and meatballs when you can eat sweet spaghetti and
Okay.
meatballs? The sugar lover's dream known as cookie dough spaghetti debuted
Okay,
at the
that
2018
actually sounds
Iowa
good.
State Fair. This over-the-top dessert
Okay, that
consists of
sounds
cookie
good.
dough pasta, a Ferrero Rocher meatball, and a generous topping of strawberry marinara sauce. So what's the verdict on
Cookie
flavor?
dough
One Instagrammer
spaghetti.
noted, I was expecting to be grossed out, but it was actually pretty tasty. Our only complaint is
It's
that a
cookie
single
dough.
meatball makes it awfully difficult to share. No one wants half a meatball, whether it's made of candy meat or actual meat. At the State Fair of Texas, food and beverage concessionaires create unique and creative
Oh, no.
recipes with one thing in mind.
Oh,
The
no.
Big Tex Choice Awards. The foodie competition awards top honors in 3 categories each year.
Oh,
Best
no.
Taste, Sweet, Best Taste, Savory,
Not Big
and
Tex.
Most Creative. Past winners have included creations like deep fried beer, fried banana split, and fried Thanksgiving dinner. In 2018, Cotton Candy Tacos took home the prize for most creative. The sweet treat
Cotton
is
candy
made up of a graham
tacos.
cracker waffle cone taco shell that's coated with a marshmallow glaze and then stuffed with chocolate, toasted
Is
marshmallow,
everything
and cotton candy.
fried?
For
Deep
good
fried
measure,
beer,
it's topped
yes.
with chocolate cookie crumbles and 2 chocolate cream covered biscuit sticks with marshmallows. That all sounds like a delicious formula for sugar overload. If you consider yourself
Oh.
an adventurous eater, head to Jungle
Okay.
George's Exotic Meats
We-
and Bugs at the
we took a
California
turn.
State Fair and grab a maggot melt
We took a
sandwich.
turn.
It's exactly what it sounds like. A grilled
We
cheese
took a
sandwich
turn.
with a heaping helping of maggot larvae inside. The Travel Channel got reactions from fairgoers who tried the culinary delight, and surprisingly, the reviews weren't horrible.
It just tastes like a regular grilled cheese sandwich with a little bit of bacon crumbs on there. That's about it.
Crunchy and a little nutty. Not too much flavor, but I'm getting a lot of shell in my teeth right now.
All in all, that's not too bad for a bunch of maggots. From the Orange County Fair comes the Krispy
Oh,
Kreme ice
no.
cream chicken sandwich, a sweet and
Oh,
savory mashup
no.
from Chicken Charlie's. Charlie Bagazan, aka Chicken Charlie, told the Los Angeles Times that when it comes to his crazy concoctions, he strives to outdo himself year after year. His Krispy Kreme ice cream chicken sandwich consists of a massive piece of fried chicken topped with vanilla ice cream that's
Ice
sandwiched
cream
between 2
chicken
glazed jelly-filled
sandwich?
donuts. And for good measure, he throws some rainbow-colored cereal on top. LA Times writer Luke Money deemed it the
Fruity
best
Pebbles.
thing that he ate at the fair all day. That's high praise indeed, and enough motivation for us to head out to our local state fair as soon as possible.
Ice cream, chicken, and donut. Jelly-filled donuts, mind you. Jelly-filled donuts, mind you. Don't overcomplicate a fucking chicken sandwich. They really did. Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck? Yeah, let's see what this one is. Sure. That's an interesting intro. That's a very interesting intro. I'm gonna turn that music way down. You know? Cookie for what the fuck? Why? Why? Guess who just promoted their... Nice! Sunday didn't... No. Stop. 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 Bacon cinnamon roll sundae. This is... Okay. This is going places that it should not go ever. Deep fried... Okay. Okay. Stop. Cease. Cease and desist. Cease. There's your fried beer, Luis. It's a ravioli. There's the fried beer. Beer pocketed in pretzel dough and then deep fried. Deep fried cereal. You make a big red punch a chef. This is the most cursed shit I think I have ever seen. Fried jelly... Why did you fry jelly beans? Why? Massachusetts, why? Why did you fry jelly beans? Fried They didn't fry the... They fried the Pepsi. Fried dough injected with Pepsi syrup and topped with even more They just used the fucking... funnel cake cheeseburger? Okay. Okay. Stop. Stop. You're going to... Alligator on a... Okay, this is the most normal thing on here. Why is alligator on a stick literally the most normal thing on here? Cheeseburger fried ice cream. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Stop. What the fuck? Krispy Kreme chicken sandwich. That's better than the fucking ice cream one. This is without the ice cream. I can at least see that, because fucking KFC... Kool-Aid pickles. There's the Kool-Aid pickles. Alligator on a stick not offered in Florida, right? Pickles soaked in Kool... Deep fried Philly. That's a bloomin' onion with a Philly cheesesteak on top of it. What the fuck? That would actually probably be really fucking good, I'll be honest, though. Crackle lantern? Yeah, the Philly cheesesteak on top of the bloomin' onion might actually be pretty good. Spiced pumpkin puree filled gourd with a creme brulee top. Ah, there's the Texas tater twister. A spiral potato over a... like a smoked sausage. A whole fucking potato. Deep fried... Okay, stop. You don't have to fry a fucking banana split. You don't have to burger bomb... Okay, that looks good. Okay, that looks good. Fried beef stuffed pretzel topped with an egg? Is that top with a fried egg? Because that's kind of fucking pog. Chocolate covered bacon. That's... Chocolate covered scorpions, crickets, and grubs. Yeah, we can just do that at home. Thanks, Arizona. Thanks for serving up chocolate covered insects. Yeah, the chocolate covered ants you see like all over the place. And occasionally like the scorpions and shit. Like... Goddamn. Goddamn. I'm just sitting here just beside myself, honestly. I'm literally just beside myself at the food. What do we do here in America? What do we do in America? Like, I see some of these things and I'm just like, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's my question. Oh no. One of the recommended videos from that is it's a compilation of Jack in the Box commercials. Deep fried butter. I don't think I want to find the one on the deep fried butter. I'm gonna be real with you. After the amount of things, after the amount of butter that I consumed. Okay, I'll do this one, because this one sounds funny. This one sounds fucking funny.
To New York pizza. Here is each state's favorite food.
Okay, let's see what each state's favorite food.
Chicken is smoked for hours and then dunked in a tangy white sauce. Alaska commercially harvests more than...
Wasn't that just fucking ranch? Isn't white sauce just ranch? Because it looks like ranch. It really just looks like ranch. White sauce isn't ranch. Okay, thank you for the confirmation. I'm glad that the first one was accurate at least, though. That's a good sign. I am curious about this white sauce. I hate this. Don't trust the compilation of Jack in the Box ad. The hypercorrect one about the milkshakes, yeah. Oh god. Alabama white sauce. It sounds so awful. It does. There is no context you can say that in which it sounds okay. In no context. Shared between cousins. God damn. Oh my god. White sauce. Faye is bound and determined to ruin that. Wish it was a joke. I know it isn't. Just no hesitation. Absolutely no hesitation. Get me out of here. Understandable.
Than 100 million salmon a year. It can be cooked a number of
Also not gonna lie.
smoked, cured.
Oh, fuck.
The Sonoran dog is
Special recipe white sauce.
extremely popular in Arizona. The
Yo!
dog is topped with beans, onions,
Yo!
and a drizzle of mustard and jalapeno salsa. Arkansas takes its cheese dip very seriously. There's even a world
Okay, that sounded really fucking good.
every year.
I ain't gonna lie.
The avocados produced in the US
I like that California's favorite food is literally just avocado.
There are avocado burgers, fries, chocolate, and even beer.
It's avocado.
Rocky Mountain oysters, Colorado.
Colorado, no. Colorado, no. No. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Style pizza.
Oh, that was awful.
Is characterized by its cold-flavored
Oh, that was terrible.
originated at the Frank Pepe Pizzeria. It is also known for its white clam pizza. Chicken and slippery dumplings.
Squid, I'm not going to elaborate on what a Rocky Mountain oyster is.
Paper thin and cut into large rectangles.
I don't want to cause you that kind of psychic damage.
It's made with ham, roast pork, Swiss cheese, pickles, and mustard. It was created by Cuban immigrants in Florida.
Danny no like oysters. Not those oysters. Too bad, because I know what that is already. Yep.
Poke is native to
Hey,
Hawaii.
poke.
It consists of diced raw fish such as salmon or tuna tossed in sauce. Idaho grows the most potatoes in the U.S.
You don't know what it is. Hold on, let me look it up.
Other carb delights. While there is a
Faye.
debate on
Hey, look, Faye, it's a deep dish pizza.
It's irrefutable that Chicago deep dish pizza is a must-have. The gooey treat is baked in a pan and full of cheesy goodness. Indiana
Correct, yes.
sandwiches, especially when they're fried to crispy perfection. These sandwiches are known for being
Yeah, I want a deep dish so bad.
The Made Right sandwich is a
Made Right?
sandwich. It's kind of like a sloppy joe without the sauce. It can get a little bit messy.
So it's just a scrambled hamburger.
Kansans love their barbecue.
Oh fuck. Oh god, that's a whole ass rack of ribs. Oh my god.
The hot brown is an open-faced sandwich consisting of turkey, tomato.
Okay. Okay. Scrambled hamburgers, just called a salad. Okay, so I want to say this about the hot brown. I've never had one. But I hear it is literally, like, it is actually the state dish. This shit kind of looked good, though. I'm not gonna lie. I want to go back just a little bit on this vid. Kind of look good, though. Not gonna lie.
Consisting of turkey, tomato, Mornay sauce, and bacon. It's put under a broiler until crispy and brown, and was invented in the Brown Hotel in Louisville, Kentucky.
Like, that shit looks like it slaps.
Treasure, and also the state's official cuisine.
Gumbo.
Roots in many different cultures.
Gumbo do be good.
French and Choctaw. Often served from a big pot, it's filled with chicken and sausage or a seafood medley.
It's like it should be cheese, but it isn't, and I hate it. The sauce is partially cheese, Faye. It is partially cheese.
A lobster roll is piled high with large chunks of lobster with little to no fillers. Marylanders are obsessed with crab, and one of the best ways to eat it is crab cake. Just don't forget to add some Old Bay. No food is more... Ayoville? Ayoville? Put the crab in a roll and sprinkle some Old Bay. Should have a cheese pool. Yeah. Thank you, Faye. The Old Bay and immediately thought, oh, it's Ville's favorite cologne. Love that. Everyone's favorite snack, I mean crab. Tamesty crab. Swear we're gonna send him something with Old Bay. Got a new bed for Ville. It's a dinner roll. Oh yeah, speaking of, Ville's birthday is in 7 days. Yeah, the crab's birthday is the 20th. Gonna spoil that crab. Because he is a precious being and deserves it. Spoil the crab with love and presents. The countdown begins, yes. Send him a t-shirt that says something goofy on it relating to Old Bay. Just send him a t-shirt with Old Bay on it. Just anything that is Old Bay related because it will be funny. Also feet. Sent him something vaporwave. Do they make like Old Bay stickers? Can you put a sticker of like Old Bay on my foot? And put just the caption, time to season the crab. Send him a shirt that says, please tread on me, but it's a can of Old Bay. Oh yeah, no, he's gonna get so many fucking feet pics. That is a great fucking idea though, Faye. I fucking love that. That's good. Still give him a legit present. Yeah, absolutely a legit present. That poor crab is gonna be flustered the whole day. Yes. And that's the best part. Show my thanks for showing me a new path. Oh, love that. Also, this Massachusetts one I think is correct as well. That clam chowder do kind of hit different. Not gonna lie, it do kind of hit different. We do appreciate and love the crab here. I mean, it is clam chowder, so it's innately sus, but it tastes kind of good. Wisconsin is gonna be a big hitter on this list, I think. Yeah.
More iconic in Massachusetts than clam chowder. This creamy soup is filled with vegetables, cream, stock, and clams. Get it in a bread bowl to make it extra special.
Oh, fuck.
Mackinac Island fudge is a must-have.
Oh, okay.
13 fudge shops, collectively making more than 10,000 pounds of fudge daily during the peak travel season.
Wisconsin kind of hitting good.
Fudge capital. Nothing screams Minnesota more than tater tot hot dish. Vegetables, ground beef, and cream of mushroom soup are
Oh, Michigan is insane too, yeah.
roasted to golden perfection. You can find the best fried
Mississippi, that was Michigan. I know. I realized after the fact. I realized after the fact.
Toasted ravioli is St. Louis's
Missouri. Toasted raviolis.
ravioli is breaded, fried, and served with
Huh.
marinara sauce. Huckleberries are grown in the north
Montana.
states,
Missouri hitting pretty well.
of Montana, and they can be made into anything.
Huckleberry jam, huckleberry pretzels, man, berry cherry pretzels, huckleberry sauce, huckleberry.
You get it. Chili with a cinnamon roll is a match made in heaven. This
Ooh.
has been served as a school lunch in the Midwest since the 1960s.
I am from the state of the hot brown sandwich.
Big in Las Vegas. Prices range
God
from $5
damn.
for a breakfast buffet to $65 at the Bacchanal buffet at Caesar's.
So there was huckleberry stuff everywhere. That sounds right.
Crab legs. Apple cider donuts are a New England favorite. New Hampshire is
Apple cider donuts?
including the oldest continuously operated one in America, Applecrest Farms. Saltwater taffy dates back to the 1880s.
Okay, Jersey kind of hitting. Jersey's kind of hitting.
Corn syrup, sugar, and butter is stretched until it becomes aerated, then individually wrapped. The New Mexico chili is a
Green chili.
New Mexico cuisine. It starts out as a green pepper and
Is that what you were gonna guess, Squid?
roasted or made into a puree.
Because that makes sense.
Legendary. Some say it's the New York City tap.
I kind of want green chilies. I'm not gonna lie. I do like them a lot.
Crispy crust. There are two barbecue styles in North Carolina, Eastern and Lexington. Eastern lays claim to whole hog barbecuing, while Lexington style mostly uses pork shoulder meat with a ketchup-based sauce.
New York is Chicago, but worse.
Rich and creamy, filled with potato and small dough balls. This dish
Oh, that looks dope. Okay, that looks...
The Buckeye is a peanut butter ball dipped in
Yep, of course Ohio's is the fucking Buckeye.
tree, often found in Ohio.
Of course Ohio's is the fucking Buckeye.
Of Southern comfort food. A large piece of beef steak is breaded and pan-fried, and you can't forget the gravy.
Hey.
Marionberry pie is an Oregon favorite. The Marionberry was actually created at Oregon State University as a very developing partnership with the
Green chili just gets put in everything here. Send it to me, Squid. I'll eat it. The Mario berry?
An absurd amount of beefsteak. Then provolone or cheese whiz.
Surprising no one. Philadelphia.
Clams, also known as stuffies, are a local favorite in Rhode Island. Giant quahog clams are
Yo.
clam, herbs, and
Yo.
You've got to try a low country boil in South Carolina.
Okay. Low country boils do kind of slap.
Corn and some Old Bay.
Doesn't have mushrooms.
Chislic is pieces of cubed red meat, typically
Ooh.
venison or beef. It's usually grilled or deep fried. German and Russian immigrants are credited with bringing the dish to South Dakota in the 1800s.
Okay. Okay, you got me.
Ribs can be prepared dry or wet.
I like that Tennessee's is literally just Memphis barbecue.
Are brushed with sauce throughout the cooking process.
Tennessee is just described as Memphis.
Barbecue. It's especially known for its juicy, fall-off-the-bone ribs and tender briskets that have been smoked all.
Jesus Christ, that fucking Jello. I like that Utah's is just fucking Jello.
Utah culture is closely tied to Mormon culture, which also loves Jello. Vermont is the leading producer of maple syrup.
There you go, Vermont's just maple syrup. Utah is a sad state. Utah is a sad state. I'll be honest.
Smithfield ham is a hometown favorite for Virginia. It's a specific form of ham cured in Smithfield, Virginia. Coffee culture is
Be a fun channel to check out. I don't remember his name, but he tries his best to make old. Oh yeah, I know what channel you're talking about. I'll have to like watch those at some point because I feel like that would be worthy of an entire. stream.
They were invented as an easy lunch meal for coal miners in the 1930s.
Hey,
Wisconsin is considered
cheese curds.
and one of the best ways to eat cheese is cheese curds.
Vermont loves their maple syrup.
Fresh or deep fried, they make an awesome snack.
Yeah, pepperoni rolls do kind of slap.
Steaks are popular in Wyoming. They're
Yo!
having a lighter, slightly
Bison.
than beef.
Pog. Bison pog? Deep fried cheese curds are the second best food. You know, that's fair. Only beaten by deep dish pizza. Fair. I need to try it. I need to have an actual, like, proper deep dish pizza, because I've never had one before. Let's see. Let's see if I can find something that, let me see if I can actually find a decent video on this. Ooh, this one sounds interesting. Oh, I forgot about the cake shakes.
From the juiciest tacos in LA to barbecue ribs from a gas station in Kansas City, here are 28 foods you can't miss in 2021. If you're looking for some of the juiciest tacos in LA, be sure to stop by Birreria San Marcos. The meat is slow cooked for up to 7 hours. The cooking broth is used to crisp up the tortillas, which then get a nice pile of cheese and are cooked further. No birria taco is complete without a cup of consomme for dipping. While Portillo's in Chicago is known for its hot dogs,
Hey, look!
Shake is another incredible
There it is!
menu item. The business makes anywhere from 60 to 200 chocolate cakes a day. Any cakes not served that day are used to make the shakes, which include an entire slice mixed in. Primo's Donuts is an institution in LA.
Fucking cake shake!
Since 1956, Primo's has been serving up hot and fresh donuts to Angelinos daily. While it may not fit the traditional shape, the buttermilk bar is widely regarded
Oh my
as one of the
God.
best donuts in Los Angeles. Joe's Kansas City Barbecue
Cake shake is in fact special.
since 1996 and has become a favorite amongst locals. The award-winning ribs are slowly smoked and smothered.
A whole slice of chocolate cake shoved into a shake. I couldn't speak.
Look no further than the Clinton Street Baking Company.
Oh!
Its blueberry pancakes have
Oh, those look so good.
For good reason. The perfect balance of crispy outside and fluffy inside, paired with its homemade blueberry sauce, makes each bite as delicious.
Oh, those look so good.
Skyline Chili is a Cincinnati staple, known for
And here we go to Ohio.
amounts of delicious chili and cheese. Its signature dish, called the Five Way, has a spaghetti base topped with beans, chili, and loads of cheese.
A five-way.
Savory option in the morning. The full English breakfast from Terry's Cafe is one of the best in London. The dish comes as a hefty portion with Cumberland sausage.
Where's Aiko?
Tomato,
Where's Aiko?
pudding, bubble and squeak, mushrooms, bacon,
British food.
bunny egg. La New Yorkina in New York City makes traditional Mexican-style ice pops.
Oh, fuck.
It makes roughly 3,000 of the paletas a day and features a variety of Mexican-inspired flavors such as mango chili and raspberry verbena.
Oh, God. Gimme, please.
C&O Trattoria in Venice, California offers free and endless garlic knots with every meal.
Yo!
It's doused with a signature garlic butter mix. The restaurant averages about 10,000 garlic knots each day.
Oh my God.
The Nutty Cookie from Maman is one of the most popular cookies in New York City. The cookie includes almonds, walnuts, macadamia nuts, and 61% dark chocolate wafers.
Jesus Christ.
The shop goes through around 3,000 cookies in just 2 days. Some of the best pizza you can buy in LA doesn't come from a restaurant, but from this wood fire grill in the back of a pickup truck.
Yo!
After spending time learning the craft in Italy, Elio Lopez set up shop in a liquor store.
This dude.
Where he fires up
This dude is a real MVP. Dude is making fucking wood fire pizzas at his fucking pickup truck.
Best barbecue in the country.
God damn, what a legend.
And Louis Miller Barbecue is no exception. A simple blend of seasonings paired with old school smoking techniques cooks the meat to a nearly pull-apart texture.
God damn.
Hanbi in Los Angeles specializes in Japanese-style egg sandwiches.
Yo!
Most popular is the egg salad sandwich, which features a hefty scoop of egg salad and a soft-boiled egg sandwiched between 2 slices of fluffy white bread. The business goes through around 2,200 eggs a week.
God damn.
Across the river from Manhattan, you'll find Fiore's House of Quality, a small deli in Hoboken, New Jersey that's renowned for its roast beef and mutz sandwiches. The shop makes its own fresh mutz, which with its roast beef and freshly
Oh
baked
my
bread.
God.
The sandwich is topped off and served with a rich gravy for dipping.
That mozzarella.
Tico Vinaio is a must-try when visiting Florence. Its sandwiches are made with a local brand
Oh.
schiacciata. The shop
Oh.
has an endless selection of cold cuts, cheese,
Oh my
and
God.
creams like truffle or artichoke. You can find Fugetsudo in LA's Little Tokyo. It's one of the oldest Japanese-American businesses in the country. The family-run shop is known for its Rainbow Dango, a fun and vibrant
Dango!
version of the traditional Japanese mochi. While Philadelphia may be known for its cheesesteaks, Sarcone's Bakery serves up another Philly classic. What started as a leftover bread dough from going to waste, the tomato pie has become popular amongst Philadelphia.
Tomato pie.
Russ and Daughters is a 4th-generation family business serving some of the best lox.
Yes, Jewish deli.
Which comes with a healthy portion of the
Yes.
tomato, and cream cheese on both.
Bagel and lox. Oh. Yes.
Monty's Good Burger in LA offers a delicious burger option that is
Oh shit, Good Burger.
plant-based. Cooks caramelized fresh onions daily, then top Impossible meat with Follow Your Heart cheese, house-made sauces, and all the fixings. A great comfort food option for vegans and non-vegans alike.
A meatless burger.
Since
Pog.
1925, Eddie's Sweet Shop has made a name for itself in the Queensboro of New York City. It's known for its classic sundae with the works. That's 3 scoops of ice cream, hot fudge or strawberry sauce, fresh whipped cream, and a cherry on top.
Oh.
Las Vegas's Sugar Factory features a 5-dessert cake tower that is sure to satisfy.
Jesus Christ. That
It
is...
includes a brownie base, chocolate-covered strawberries, ice cream cookies.
Gotta go get food. This is making me hungry. I feel that.
Low Key Burritos is a pop-up in Long Beach, California, serving up savory breakfast burritos filled
Oh,
with eggs, bacon,
God.
potatoes, and avocado. They're then finished off on a flat top with a crispy cheese blanket cradling the outside.
That's a big fucking burrito. God damn.
Italian restaurant in Philadelphia is the oldest Italian restaurant in the country. Over the last 120 years,
1900.
for classic
You want that big burrito, Faye?
like spaghetti and meatballs.
Understandable.
Mix of ground beef and ground
That looked tasty.
meatballs, their distinct tender texture. The clam chowder from Atlantic Fish Company in Boston is perfect for seafood lovers. The chowder is made with huge, fresh chopped quahogs and clarified butter. It's then served in a toasted sourdough bread bowl.
Oh.
The Cronut is one of New York City's most iconic desserts. Dominique Ansel Bakery created the donut croissant hybrid in 2013.
The Cronut.
Remains fervent to this day. It's filled with 2 different fillings, rolled in sugar and glazed with an evolving selection of flavors. This version features Meyer lemon and honey.
Oh my god.
Naples street food shop Timbalo has revolutionized the traditional pasta bake. Instead of serving it on a plate, the shop wanted to make a more portable version of the dish by wrapping it in a baked shell with a variety of fillings.
They put a pasta bake in fucking bread?
Malone's has been serving Persian ice cream to Hollywood locals since the 1980s. One of the more popular items is the pistachio ice cream sandwich, made with saffron rose water. Steve's authentic key lime pie in Red Hook, Brooklyn has created a way to enjoy its famous key lime pie on the go. The founders came up with the idea of
Is that a key lime pie on a stick?
that fits on a stick and is dipped in chocolate.
They put a fucking key lime pie on a stick.
So what did we miss? Are there any foods you
What
think
the
we should
fuck?
include for 2022? Let us know in the comments below.
Put a key lime pie on a stick? Yo. Yo. They've evolved. Bliss. That was a whole miniature key lime pie on a stick covered in chocolate. And this isn't calming my need to pour. You're making me remember what? What am I making you remember, Luis? Jose Jalapeno. On a stick? Ooh, yes. I almost forgot. What the fuck is that? Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. What is this? Is that a sandwich inside of a fucking pickle? Is that a sandwich made out of a fucking pickle? That's a sandwich made out of a fucking pickle. That's a pickle. That is a pickle. Okay, we're gonna watch this. Let's see.
The world is full of
Let's see what these foods are. I think it's a pickle. I'm gonna say it's a pickle. So let's see. Tony Baloney's in Hoboken. Tuesday, you can get a pizza topped with 24 tacos and guacamole. Hey, look. There's the giant corn dog. That's a corn dog inside of a pickle that's fried. That returns. What the fuck? Hollowed out burger with fries? The fuck? Yo. 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 Mac and cheese sandwich between two slices of between sourdough. Oh my god. Soft serve watermelon ice cream served inside of a slice of watermelon. Mr. Pizza Slice. We eating after this, right? Probably yes. Cheesesteak pizza. Wait. Oh, jalapeno donuts topped with cheese and chives. Oh. Oh god, no, it's a burger burrito. Guacamole stuffed onion rings? That's a cheeseburger pizza, isn't it?
16 cheeseburger, bacon, and fried eggs. Jesus Christ. Those tater tots? The tater tots on a pizza? Fried Oreo pizza. Tater tot pizza did look good. That did look really... Luigi's Pizzeria! A giant calzone with... Oh, Jesus Christ. Luigi's. Lucky Pickle Dumpling Co. Pickle ice cream. No. No, it's a Cheeto burrito sushi. No. 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 Oh. Yo. Okay. Oh. Penne and vodka sauce on a pizza actually does sound kind of good though. Four different flavors of mac and cheese stuffed into a cone. Is that more fucking Cheetos? It's more fucking Cheetos. Why is everyone using the Cheeto dust? Oh my god. Surf and turf burger, filet mignons topped with cheese and fucking lobster. What the fuck? That thing probably costs like $50. Okay, dessert pizzas do kind of slap. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I think we've gone too far. I think we've gone too far. Hey, Luis. The Cheeto handy. Hey, Luis. It was a pickle. It was a pickle. The sandwich is made out of a pickle. Lemon garlic aioli and corn. That's a corn pizza. Was a corn pizza. Ice cream made with avocado. Huh. Kimchi spicy barbecue. Oh my god. Okay, so when you mix like kimchi and barbecue, you get my attention. I don't know about the donut part of that, but... Churrito Loco? Is that a hot dog wrapped in a churro? Fried mac and cheese is incredibly good. Yes, it is. Why flamin' hot Cheeto dust? But yeah, no. Fried mac and cheese. Kinda good. Cheeto dust is incredibly versatile. Yeah, did this... Is that a sandwich made with just crisped pasta? It's just spicy, cheesy corn dust. Fair. Don't move. Strawberry, mango, and lychee boba mimosas.
Yo, it's the pickle pizza! It's the pickle pizza! Jesus Christ, that's a huge fucking slice. The hell? What's up with pickles, America? I don't know. Donuts are stuffed with peanut butter and oh my god. That is a massive fucking donut. God damn. Home team barbecue. A full barbecue feast inside these burritos? Okay. Okay, that might actually be pretty fucking good. Oh, please tell me. Mac and cheese buns for that burger. They made buns out of mac and cheese. Oh my god, that is fucking brilliant. That is such a good idea. That is such a good idea. Oh. Oh. The horny ram, yeah? Yo! Mini pizza! They use mini pizzas as the bun! What the fuck? Mini pizza. Yo, is that shawarma? Yo. Is that a shawarma pizza? Oh my god. No. That sounds fucking great. Gelato is made with blue cheese and okay, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, Chief. Is that an avocado stuffed with, like, salmon? Flamin' hot Cheeto pizza. Flamin' hot Cheetos. Flamin' hot Cheeto pizza. Are we gonna get... Oh. Oh. That looks... That's Nutella and strawberries. Oh. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, some of those were pretty clever. I never thought about making buns out of mac and cheese, though. Whoever came up with that idea, that's brilliant. That is such a good idea. Mac and cheese buns for a burger is such a good idea. I respect that. Oh my god. Yeah, let's watch one more of these. And then I'll switch to a different one. Now, let's go to large food. Lorg. Jumbo. Massive, even.
This is the ultimate list.
Yo, a 5-pound cookie. I'm addicted to Deep Rock. Understandable, Faye. It's such a good game. Giant sushi roll. Oh god. 22 scoop sundae? Beef ribs the size of your face. £20 seafood hot pot. Donut. Donuts. Is that mozzarella? Italy's biggest mozzarella balls. Donut. £2 Nutella heart. Yeah, look at that brine pour out of that mozzarella. Look at that omelet. That's fucking pog. Hey, look, it's the 8-pound burrito. Gyoza the size of 100 dumplings. Oh. Giant ice cream sandwich. Oh. There's the big 10-pound calzone. Back to Luigi's. The world's largest deliverable pizza. Oh my god. Yo, okay, that pretzel, yes. Fucking give me that. Give me that fucking pretzel. That looks fucking good. 50-pound lobster club. Oh my god. Cream puffs. Oh, hi, Zell. London's biggest Sunday roast. God damn. 13 pounds of pho? Yo, a 13-pound bowl of pho. Giant fortune cookies? Oh, that's so cool. A 3-pound slice of cake. They look good, but why? You know, towering fried pork. Oh my god, they fried the whole pig. They literally fried the entire pig skin. The biggest burger in Europe. I like that they said the biggest burger in Europe. They had to specify. Because they know what America's is. 2-pound slice of Greek-style lasagna. Okay, Greek-style lasagna fucking slaps. That shit's good. Just throw the pig in there. 8-foot-long noodles. Yo. 9-pound ice cream sundae. These are so over the top. Also, I love that restaurant named the Pokey Dot. A 1-pound meatball. That actually looks good. Oh shit, the spaghetti is in the meatball. Oh yeah. 440-pound chocolate egg. Risotto served in a 50-pound wheel of cheese. Why do they serve it in the cheese? Hey, look, an ostrich egg. A 100-pound cinnamon roll. 100-pound cinnamon roll. Mega Pokeball. God damn. 16-inch tall baked Alaska. Yo! Yo! Giant chicken sandwich has 4 buns. That's a whole ass chicken. 30-layer lasagna. You're the 100-pound cinnamon roll. Foot-long French fries in Australia. Thank you, Fancy. The 8-pound burger in Chicago. £16 ramen bowl? Yo! 16 pounds of ramen? Giant ravioli. Oh my god, that's a 6-foot-long pizza. With a giant ramen. Probably once for a week. Same. Yo! Giant soup dumpling? No! That's fucking cool! 6-pound deli sandwich. That was... The soup dumpling is kind of clever. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of clever. I kind of like that. That's pretty neat. Thank you for the hydrate, Fancy. You know what? Let's take a look at this. We'll change it up from food and let's go to hotels. Let's go to hotels. Oh god, no. Oh, fuck that. Fuck that. I see that one. Fuck that. Mm-mm. No way. Okay, that's cool. That's cool as shit. Space capsules. Singapore. Yo! Yo! Okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of fucking cool. It's Weyland-Yutani. Yeah, it was. On the Rocks. Bandol, France. Yeah, this one? Fuck this one. Fuck that. Fuck all of that. No fucking way. It's a marine fort on it. Okay, I would... That's kind of neat. I kind of like that one. Hotel is covered with hanging gardens. Oh, yo, that's fucking cool. That's so cool. Hotel inside a brewery. Ohio. It's neat until the window cracks or hurricane. Yeah, that's fair. Crystal clear water from a private bungalow. The snooze and booze. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Sweet escape in Clearmont, Florida. Neat. Stargaze from these clear bubbles. Huh. That's neat. Eh. An ice hotel time. Let's go. Okay, that's kind of neat. Jamaica. Treehouse has a swinging bed. Huh. I don't know about that one. Slide right into the ocean from this hostel. Panama. Oh. Okay. Giraffe. Yo, is that a Lego hotel? Yo, a Lego hotel. There's this Lego hotel. It's a fucking Lego hotel. We go into the Lego hotel. Oh. Oh. God, the architecture in that is so fucking pretty. I like that it's literally just a converted palace. That's a private island. Little Peter Oasis? That's cool. Booking Bed Hostel, Tokyo. Ooh. That's pretty. Yo! Is that in an airplane engine? Yo! That's an airplane that's been converted to a hotel in Stockholm. That's fucking sick. An airplane converted into a hotel. This will have a bed and breakfast inside of a giant potato. That would be cool. Well, there's a donut. It's a donut, Faye. Can I make a studio inside of one? Probably. You probably could, honestly. Vancouver Island. The acoustics of some of these places. Oh god. Imagine inside of the Stratofortress. Oh. Oh, that would be fun. Is that a... That was a converted oil rig. Huh. God, that would be so cool. Hotel room in a Greek cave. Yo. Don't tell me, is that a crane? Yo! Okay, that's kinda cool. That's kinda sick. A hotel inside of a crane is kind of cool. Yo. I don't like heights either, but that's kind of cool. I can appreciate that. This Airbnb are actually sliding doors. Oh wow, all of those walls are sliding doors. Oh. Huh. Is that a UFO? UFO! That's cool. Yo! That's kind of neat. Going to space, right? Oh, I love this. Oh, I love that. A little dome. A little wood dome. Little wood dome. Oh. Don't do that in a suit. Oh. 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 That thing is fucking destroyed. Much like all the work put into placing those flowers carefully. Oh. Wasn't on the list? Yeah. The Potato Hotel wasn't on the list. I'm sad. Oh no, Faye. And you know what? Just like that, we go back to food. Because I see something that looks interesting.
Many of us know desserts to be the last guilty pleasure after a meal. But did you know that before the 17th century in Europe, what we know as desserts were used to cleanse the palate between courses?
In many parts of the world, sugar was a rare and expensive ingredient.
Nice.
It wasn't until colonists generated and expanded the production of sugar fields through slave labor that the price of sugar was lowered. By the mid-17th century, cookbooks dedicated to desserts...
We thought we escaped the food.
With many different textures, colors, and flavors.
God, that looks like...
Best desserts that
That was a lot of red velvet.
This sweet treat got its name from the politician Eduardo Gomes, who ran for president of Brazil in the 1940s. Brigadeiros, which were inspired by Gomes's military rank, brigadier, quickly became a popular treat sold by women who supported him at rallies. He lost the election, but the bite-sized treat lives on. It is made with condensed...
Return with food and I see more food. Yeah, we did hotels for like one and now we're back to desserts.
In Nigeria, the act of repeating a word twice is deeply embedded in the culture. It is used for clarity and emphasis.
Huh.
Puff puff is deep-fried dough, sprinkled with powdered sugar in some cases, and it can be served as both an appetizer and a dessert, savory or sweet.
When I first think of mochi, I think of the mochi ice cream in boxes sold at Trader Joe's. But that's just the American take on the famous dessert.
Mochi is actually a
Yeah, let's go.
mochi gome.
Yeah.
It becomes glutinous when boiled and doughy when steamed. Water and air
Look at 'em go.
in the transformation of mochi gome to the mochi dessert that we know.
Mochi is so good.
Sticky mess, and air contributes to the gooey stretch. The word tembleque is associated with the Spanish word temblar, which means to jiggle or tremble. This definitely represents the consistency of this dessert. A coconut pudding or custard if you wish, tembleque is a holiday dessert that has numerous variations throughout Latin America. But no matter where you are, it is best eaten cold. Legend has it that chimney cakes were invented by women in Transylvania during the Mongol invasion of 1241. In order to convince the Mongols that they would outlive them during a stalemate, the women of Transylvania came up with a plan that mixed flour with water wrapped around a wooden stick. This gave the illusion of large portions of bread, but they were in fact hollow on the inside. Starving and disappointed, the Mongols left, and chimney cakes went on to be popular in both Romania and Hungary.
This next dessert takes us here. It's a little cupcake shop in New York, home to one of my favorite American desserts. And no, it is not apple pie. Many people wonder, is red velvet cake simply just chocolate cake with red food dye? And the answer is not exactly. Though the dessert has cocoa powder as one of the ingredients,
Red
it also has
velvet.
and buttermilk. The acidic flavors mixed with the cream cheese frosting makes for a dessert that is definitely not chocolate cake. The red velvet cake stems back to a marketing ploy by an American food coloring company. During the Great Depression, in order to boost sales, the Adams Extract Company added red food coloring to velvet cake in order to give it the bright, distinct color that we know today. So as demand for the dessert increased, so did their revenue.
Banoffee pie is a sweet combination of bananas, toffee, and whipped cream on a thick graham cracker crust.
Excuse me, England?
Banoffee itself is actually a portmanteau from words banana and toffee. It was invented at a restaurant in
Banoffee?
England and became world famous.
Family red velvet recipe. Oh, that sounds awesome. Curious.
Yagwa, meaning medicinal confection, got its name because honey is known in Korea as health medicine.
I've heard of those.
Yagwa is a deep-fried cookie soaked in honey for 6 to 8 hours. The
Those
history
look
of this
so
dessert is
good.
tied to special occasions like royal banquets or chuseok. Though originally enjoyed mostly by the upper class because of the honey, it is commonly eaten today and still served for chuseok. Soaked in a series of 3 milks, evaporated, condensed, and heavy cream or whole milk, this dessert is incredibly simple yet deliciously complex. Although people are not entirely sure where the dessert originated, the main consensus is Mexico. It was Nestle that took the tres leches cake mainstream by featuring the recipe on cans of evaporated, condensed, and cream milk. Despite the marketing scheme, tres leches developed its own cultural significance in families all
Okay,
across
that looks
Latin
really good.
The waffle is a sweet
Yeah!
filling sandwiched between 2 thin waffle cookies and was invented in the Dutch city of Gouda. Gerard Campussen, who is credited as the inventor, took
Let's
waffle
go!
breadcrumbs and mixed them with a thick syrup. Warm up
God, I
the
bet
caramel by
fresh
laying
ones are
spilled
so
waffles
good.
on a cup of coffee or tea before consuming, and you won't be sorry. A Filipino word meaning mix, halo-halo is a popular dessert in the Philippines made up of shaved ice, condensed milk, and fun sweet toppings like fruit, jellies, beans, ube ice cream, or sweet custard. This sweet treat is derived from the Japanese dessert kakigori. With the mix of Japanese occupation before World War II and the ice plant built by Americans in the Philippines in 1902, it was only a matter of time before Filipinos redesigned the ice treat to make what is known today as halo-halo. The origins of this dessert are a bit
Yeah, creme brulee time.
France saying their crema catalana preceded France's creme brulee, as well as Britain saying its Trinity cream was the first. However, thanks to chef Francois Massialo, France has the oldest recipe in writing dating back to 1691. Creme brulee is a custard topped with sugar that gets torched to create a caramelized, hardened top layer.
That caramelized sugar on top just hits different.
Where the curdling or clumping of eggs in the custard is a sign of a mishap, baked custard welcomes the slice
Oh,
of
there's a dessert that you make with a fucking blowtorch?
egg yolk.
Yes.
Like most custards, baked custard includes the entire egg and can be served warm or cool based
Oh, yeah.
on preference.
Also
Did you know that
custard.
the best way to eat a Belgian waffle is with your hands?
The Belgian waffle,
Hey.
originally called Brussels waffle, is one of 2 types of waffles that originated in Belgium. Americans know the Belgian
Lit
waffle
on
as a
fire.
delicious breakfast
Because there's creme brulee and then there's also baked Alaska. 2 things that are basically involving you to use fire.
with a knife and fork, but rather with your hands. And no syrup, maybe fruit or whipped cream at most. Maurice Vermersch was the one who changed the name from Brussels waffle to Belgian because Americans did not know where Brussels was.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Partly influenced by British colonial occupation, this dessert actually has health benefits. Currants are high in fiber,
I don't know.
manganese,
They
which
might have
helps
gotten
strengthen
bored.
bones,
That's my best
oxygen,
guess.
and copper, which helps with metabolism. Trinidadians eat the rolls casually as an afternoon snack or sometimes breakfast.
That does look kind of good.
Actually is not pudding at all. Malva pudding, like many other desserts, has an unknown origin story.
Huh.
Some say Dutch, while
Is there another
others say
technique
South
got replaced with a blowtorch, or was it just some nutty pyromaniac chef?
texture coated in a warm cream sauce is a recipe for deliciousness.
Probably came about as someone being like, there's gotta be an easier way to do this. And being like, oh yeah, blowtorches
The
exist.
cake's name is derived from the liquor of the Black Forest mountain region known as Schwarzwälder Kirschwasser. The liquor is distilled from tart cherries. Black Forest cake was
Yes!
obtained by confectioner Josef Keller.
Black Forest
The
cake.
look of the cake is a visual
Yes!
Ballenhut, worn by the women in the Black Forest.
Oh.
As popular as this dessert is in India, according to food historian and former chef Michael Krundell, it's derived from a fritter belonging to Central Asian Turkic invaders. Folklore in India says that gulab jamun was accidentally created by
Send me this.
and presented to the people as a royal dessert.
Cake was no lie.
Although it shares similarities with the Arabic lugemat, a staple during Ramadan, gulab jamun is unique because it's covered in a rosewater-scented syrup.
As someone who took out loans to pay for college, the story of this next dessert really hit home.
If you're searching for an easy, no-bake dessert option, look no further. The Nanaimo bar consists of 3 layers. The base is made up of wafer, nuts, and coconut kernels.
Faye is activated by Red Velvet Recipe.
The bar is named after
Understandable.
the city of Nanaimo in southwest Canada. The earliest recording of the name Nanaimo bar was in 1953.
Yo, that looks
Susan
tasty.
Mendelsohn popularized the dessert and commercialized it in the 1970s to help pay her tuition. She then opened up her own cafe, The Lazy Gourmet, selling the dessert.
That looks tasty.
Khao Nhao Mao Muang is most
The
likely
red velvet Oreo yet?
in northern Thailand.
I think
This traditional
maybe
Thai dessert is made with glutinous rice,
they
coconut
are
milk,
really
a
good.
pinch of salt, sugar, and mangoes garnished with toasted sesame seeds or split mung beans. The best time to eat
Ooh.
this dessert is in the peak mango season in Thailand, April through June. Translated from Italian as pick-me-up,
Tiramisu!
espresso and alcohol-infused dessert is sure to do a bit of that and more.
Yes!
Chef Loli Linguinotto was identified as the creator in the 70s.
Oh yeah, the culture around food is always so interesting.
Discovered evidence that the same ingredients were first combined and called tiramisu by chef Mario Caslo in the 50s. This, of course, sparked much controversy.
Oh.
But regardless, the origin remains in Italy. Baklava's origins are still debatable.
Baklava.
Both Turkey and Greece claim ownership of the dessert. In Turkey, baklava is traditionally made with pistachios, walnuts, almonds, or hazelnuts. And in 2008, the Turkish Patent Office registered a certificate for Antep baklava, or baklava with pistachios. And in Greece, traditionally, baklava is made with 40 phyllo sheets to represent the 40 days of Lent. Similar to the famous baklava, galakto bureko is filled with semolina custard and covered with several layers of phyllo.
Oh.
It's soaked in a syrup, making it a sweet, light dessert that contains
Oh, that
the shape
sounds
of rolled
so
roast
good.
beef. Either way, it's undisputably delicious.
Oh.
Giving up my sugar addiction for Lent was my go-to as a child. But for Dominicans who observe Lent and or have eaten this as a child, know that this dessert will teleport you back to your childhood.
Habituales con dulce is a signature dish in the Dominican Republic during Lent. Traditionally, the treat is garnished with galetas de leche, or tiny round cookies engraved with a cross. It consists of red kidney beans, sweet potatoes, milk, cinnamon, and sometimes raisins.
What are the odds she's sitting in front of a green screen?
In Lisbon had leftover yolk after
I would say fairly high.
starched their clothing. Legend has it that the monks used this leftover yolk to create delicious desserts and potentially sold these desserts to help them in their times of financial hardship. This financial hardship eventually
I'm gonna
led
need
the
to
monks
eat
sell
after
their
this.
recipes to a bakery in the capital of Lisbon in the 1830s. In its peak season, this bakery today makes up to 50,000 tarts a day. Since the time of the Vikings, skid has remained relatively unchanged. Its recipe has been passed down between
Oh
generation
god,
to
that sounds so good.
What separates skid
I
from
noticed
other
she's
yogurt
all
is
lit
its
up and the rest of her bakery isn't.
thick in comparison to
Yeah,
the yogurt you may
probably.
be used to eating with fruit and granola. Skid comes in many different flavors and has health benefits that may make you want to ditch your yogurt. Sopa borracha, which translates to drunk soup, will not get you drunk, nor is it a soup. It is a delicious sponge cake drenched in a liquid mixture of boiled raisins and prunes with cinnamon, sugar, rum, sherry, and lemon zest. This is a festive dessert and is served during special occasions.
I don't think any dessert has as much controversy as the Australian Lamington. Or is it the New Zealand Wellington?
What started out as an April Fool's joke by The Guardian has sparked much controversy over whether this famous dessert belongs to Australia or New Zealand. To clear speculation, the sponge cake covered in chocolate and coated in coconut shavings is Australian. But the controversy over whether jam should be included may not get settled anytime soon.
That looks tasty.
Or fried cork pancakes date back to Russian texts from the 10th century. Cork is a dairy product that is created by warming soured milk until it curdles. It is dried and crushed, rolled in flour, and then fried to create a crispy exterior and soft interior. Top it with
Another
sour
reason to
cream
head to Australia.
and you may just have yourself a sirniki. Picarones are a mix of sweet potatoes and squash, flour, and salt, shaved and fried with syrup on top. Enslaved African cooks who were brought to Peru by the Spaniards created this delicious treat inspired by the Spanish buñuelos. Though the spelling, pronunciation, and exact recipe of this dessert changes throughout the region, kanafe is traditionally a favorite amongst people in the Middle East. Think shredded phyllo dough or semolina dough with melted cheese, cream or nuts, topped with sweet rosewater syrup. The stacked dessert features 8 layers of dough with dulce de leche sandwiched between. Topped with whipped Italian meringue, this dessert gets its name from alfajores, Argentinian shortbreads that the dessert resembles.
That looks
The three
tasty.
colorful layers of shebao mao are the yellow monk beans, red beans, and the green agar jelly mixed with pandan, which gives the jelly a chewy taste similar to a gummy bear. Topped with crushed ice, condensed milk, and coconut milk, this dessert is not as sweet as you may think, but it is refreshing and perfect for the hot days in Vietnam.
Though many of these desserts have
Interesting.
unknown, dark, or legend-like histories, each place has
Yeah, that's really interesting to see like red beans.
each one unique to us. So go and create a new exciting memory by trying any one of these desserts and let us know how it was in the comments below.
Yeah. Cause like I don't think I've had the opportunity to have like red beans in a dessert tasting. Mochi is remarkably tasty. Oh. Huh. You know, I can believe it. Sounds like it would be. If I remember correctly, red beans aren't sweet. Cause like I also see them in like red beans and rice. If I'm thinking of the correct red bean. So yeah, kind of like savory. Something like that. That being said though, let me cue this up. Because I think I have this listed correctly. That's fair. I want to do like another like full stream talking about like food and cooking and stuff. Because I feel like that'll be fun and something I can go on and on about for a long time. Right now, though, I know somebody has just went live a few minutes ago. And after watching all those food vids, I need to get something to eat because I'm getting kind of hungry. So what we're going to do, we're going to raid Grav because Grav has Vex with him tonight. And they're going to be playing some Portal 2. So I figured, you know what? Let's send the homie some love. And I'll send you all over there to hang out with Vex and Grav while they're playing Portal. You do. Those of you that have the sub thingy, and those of you that Thank you all for stopping by today. I'm glad that we got to hang out and chill, relax, and watch some videos again. Really appreciate it. I will do my best to have a schedule out tomorrow for this upcoming week. And yeah, I'll see you again Tuesday. Go send Grav and Vex some love. Yeah, later everybody. Bye.